July 30th meeting of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners to order. And I ask that you all rise for the invocation. Will be delivered by Vice Chair Scott and remain standing for Commissioner Latvala to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, your wisdom, and your support as we begin this meeting. Help us engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. We pray for wisdom. We pray for strength. We pray for courage to do what is right and good for all citizens. May we put the interests of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. May we be good neighbors, recognizing your image in every person here. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So before we get started on the agenda, Commissioner Eggers has requested that he be able to participate virtually in today's meeting. His request meets criteria accordance to the statute and our commission policy.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? No. All right. So I'm going to move on, and I would like to ask Robert Groover, Pastor Bob Swick, and President and Vice President, respectively, of the Florida Veterans Coalition to come and join me at the podium. Reverend, it is so good to see you. Come on up. The Purple Heart is the oldest military decoration still in use and was initially created by George Washington in 1782 as a badge of military merit. The Purple Heart was the first American Service Award made available to the common soldier and is awarded to any member of the United States Armed Services wounded or killed in combat and with a declared enemy of the United States. There have been many Pinellas County residents who made the ultimate sacrifice in giving their lives in the cause of freedom, and there are numerous combat wounded veterans who currently reside in the county, and as a Purple Heart awardees, contribute to their community in countless ways. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that August 7th, 2024 be recognized as Purple Heart Day. And I'd like to have you come up front, and commissioners join us for a photograph.
All right, and commissioners, while you're coming up, I just wanted to take this opportunity while you're gathering is to reintroduce Mike Swanger. Okay, he's returning to us as our new Veteran Services Director. He was with us for 8 years. He himself was a former Marine, as 8 years with the Veteran Services Administration. Now he's transitioning back from the VA to be our director. So welcome him at the same time.
Yeah, thank you. So Robert gave each of us a Veteran Awareness ribbon to wear on our lapels, and thank you so much for that. And yes, Commissioner Eggers, we have one for you. So next on the agenda, we're going to skip to item number 42, and that's Mo Hatham's resolution. This morning, we have the great privilege of adopting a resolution to rename a portion of the Gandy Bridge in honor of Petty Officer Mohammed Mo Haitham. Here to help us bestow this honor is Miss Evelyn Brady, Mo's mother and a Navy veteran, and Nick Carper and Andrew Pink from Senator Darrell Roussan's office. Senator Roussan was the bill sponsor in the Senate to get this road renamed for Mo. Hi, how are you? Mo Haitham was a 2018 graduate of Lakewood High School. A track and field star, he was known for his athletic ability, his smile, and being an all-around great guy. Petty Officer Haitham followed his mother's footsteps and enlisted in the United States Navy following high school. He was killed in the line of duty during a tragic mass shooting incident in the 2019, at Naval Air Station Pensacola. He heroically intervened to stop the attack, distracting the gunman and allowing critical time for others to reach safety. For his bravery and sacrifice, he was awarded the Navy and Marine Corps Medal. To this day, we remember Mo Haitham and his courageous sacrifice. It is my great honor to introduce this resolution to rename a portion of the Gandy Bridge in honor of Petty Officer Haitham's sacrifice. Commissioner Flowers, you are recognized for a motion.
It is truly my honor and my pleasure to move that Pinellas County provide not only the resolution, but move this information forward to the state of Florida FDOT for the renaming of the bridge after Lieutenant Mo Haitham.
Thank you. And a second? We have a second from Commissioner Scott. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And that passes. And I want to give you this resolution. And this is so little to do for your loss, but we truly appreciate your service and your sons.
Commissioner Peters, Senator Roussan thought that she may want to say a word or two. Okay.
Good afternoon. Again, I wasn't really prepared to say anything today, but my family and I want to truly thank you for allowing us to be here and for issuing the resolution for the renaming of the bridge in honor of our fallen hero, Petty Officer Mohammed Mo Haitham. Thank you so much.
And we do have some comments from the senator's office, if you want to come on up.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. My name is Nick Carper. I'm the Senior Legislative Aide to Senator Darrell Roussan. The senator is very sorry he couldn't be here today, but he wanted to make sure that he delivered a message of support for this resolution and in honor of the memory of Petty Officer Mohammed Haitham. Our office has worked very closely with Miss Brady and Petty Officer Haitham's family, and I got to mention that Miss Brady here is a 20-year Navy veteran herself. And she has just been a picture through this entire process of strength and resilience, and I couldn't be more honored to be standing here with her today. In the face of unimaginable danger, Petty Officer Haitham showed profound courage by putting himself in harm's way to stand up to a terrorist who would open fire at his base, saving countless lives. Petty Officer Haitham embodied the best of our community. As a proud graduate of Lakewood High School, which he attended alongside one of Senator Roussan's sons, his dedication to service and excellence were evident from a young age. I would like to extend Senator Roussan's and the constituents of District 16 heartfelt thanks to Commissioner Flowers and to Chair Peters for their efforts in bringing forward this important resolution. This builds on the work we did in the legislature this session in honoring Petty Officer Haitham through the passage of HB 389. And we are grateful to Senator Boyd for allowing this renaming to be part of that bill and for allowing Senator Roussan to sign on as a co-sponsor. This is the next step in ensuring that Petty Officer Mo Haitham's name will never be forgotten by our community and that generations to come will know and honor the sacrifice he made for others. Thank you.
Now if you all would come forward for the photograph. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to citizens to be heard. You all know that we have a busy agenda today, and hearing feedback from our resident is critical element for conducting our business. As a reminder to those citizens wishing to speak and citizens to be heard is an opportunity to speak about items that are not on the regular agenda. To be respectful of everyone's time, if you're here to speak about the Rays Stadium, you'll be speaking under agenda item number 20. And if you're here to speak about the CRA, that item will be held under the 6 p.m. meeting. So to keep proper order in the meeting, citizens to be heard is limited to non-agenda items. I know there is one exception. We have somebody who is limited on time and she has other issues to talk about that she will be mentioning the Rays, but if you want to speak about the Rays Stadium, please wait until item 20. And that will be very quickly after the consent agenda, so you won't have to wait very long for that. Okay, thank you. So we're going to start with Sharon Calvert. And I ask you, you each have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address. And again, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharon Calvert. I live in Tierra Verde. You should have a packet that I had distributed to each of you. I do want to thank the county for finally completing the Grand Canal dredging project. Thank you so much. I now ask the county to fix its flawed system regarding condo milestone 1 inspection reporting. The county has a 5-year look back for compliance with the mandated study, but that option is not offered in the county system. My small 16-unit condo unnecessarily paid $3,000 to the same engineering firm who did our restoration project in 2020 to needlessly inspect our own work a year later, work that the county had already inspected themselves. And who authorized the county to charge $275 to upload a document? I also ask that you vote no on the stadium deal and hope you will read what I handed out. Long-term debt is risky business, as recessions will occur and the bondholders have to be paid first. This long-term debt ties the hands of future elected officials for 30 years. What opportunity cost have you considered? Some teams have left for new stadiums and some want new stadium before the debt has ever been paid back. Economic impact promised does not always occur, especially relative to the cost to the taxpayers. When government-owned stadiums, zero property taxes are collected forever from the sports team owners. In Pinellas, when the tourist tax tanks due to a downturn or recession, the bondholders must be paid before anything else, such as critically needed beach renourishment and maintenance of the county's natural resources, the foundation of our county's tourist economy. Maintenance is always more costly, and it can turn into a never-ending black hole of tax dollars spent. With all of the development speculative and no one can evaluate the value of real estate development over 30 years, how can you accurately predict what will happen when bonding out hundreds of millions of dollars for 30 years? The fact is, development is already moving west from downtown St. Petersburg naturally. I love the Rays. I'm an athlete. I love sports. But this stadium deal is a costly social engineering plan. And if you want to keep pushing it, transparently provide all the what-if scenarios and all the true costs of the project, hold a public hearing to put the Rays Stadium bonding deal on the ballot, and let the voters decide. But today, I ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Don Cocker. I live at 9170 Robin Road in unincorporated Pinellas County. I've lived in Pinellas County for 75 years. And back in the 50s, when I was in elementary school, I had to ride city buses, and then we only had St. Pete City Bus then. Out in the county, they didn't even have a bus. But right now, the buses don't run any more often than they did in 1958, where I live anyway. I was out in the yard the other day and I saw a guy waiting for the bus, which is stopped right by my house, and I walked up to him. I said, how often does the bus run here? He said, well, it's every hour, but sometimes less on the weekend, and Sunday it doesn't run at all. Now, we need the buses to run around. Now, we could probably go with every half hour, but in the future, it should go to every 20 minutes. That's what big cities have. Here we have plenty of money to throw away. $300 million would go a long way toward fixing that bus situation. The other thing I'll have to say is the people in Pinellas County are getting nothing out of this tax. I took my granddaughter to the John's Pass yesterday. It's $3 an hour to park, and because of the high rents there, they charged us $21 for 2 ice cream cones. I mean, it's ridiculous, these things. Some places at $5 an hour to park. We should have, the people in Pinellas County should get a chit for parking at these places, any public parking lot, that you'd get so many hours a year to park there and the county pay for it out of this tax. Now, this is the kind of thing we need to do. We need to have some recreation stuff for adults, too. You got recreation for kids. We got the old Toy Town place. You could have a place for people's dirt bikes and things out there. Back before the 2008 recession, they were going to give that to developers. That ground is unstable. They're going to build all kinds of things there. You need to use common sense, which has not been used in many years here. So that's all I have to say. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Ballard Geddes Jr.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. The original 13 watershed colonies. As an original mapping effort, prior to the onset of the 50 states, all of the watershed basins in the entire North American continent were surveyed. The rivers, lakes, and streams, the geography was mapped, and the topography was all delineated as an original mapping effort. The original 13 watershed regions were mapped and thus colonized. These 13 watershed regions were quickly covered up and conveniently concealed underneath the arbitrary nature of the 50 states we have today as a way to hide the underlying truth of these watershed tyrants. These 13 watershed regions have been further delineated into watershed districts around the time of Watergate and are soon to be franchised, taking hold as watershed jurisdictions under the 14th Amendment. watershed regions, water districts, and despotic water jurisdictions. It's like the pyramid scheme on the back of the dollar bill behind the Mona Lisa smile on George Washington's smirk. The United States of America, and Americana. Such political posterity is demarcated in Article 6 of our current Constitution, seen as this Constitution, under this Constitution, as under the Confederacy. They're all being used as holds, decoys, mediums, seen as a useful art for limited times in Article 1, Section 8, constituted as a ship of war in peacetime, here to capture both land and water as assailed. They are letters of marque, they are bills of attainder, they are constitutionally corrupt, held in secrecy in Article 1, Section 5 under our current Constitution in pursuance of birthing an evil ship of war as a water jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next is Tony Gross.
My name is Tony Gross, and my husband said that's no reflection on my personality unless we get into a fight. I live at 711 Satin Leaf Avenue, Oldsmar, Florida. It's been 10 years since the Battlefield Cross Monument at War Veterans Memorial Park in St. Petersburg was erected. What began as a question to Pinellas County Board of County Commissioner, then Chairman Welsh, raise your hand, back in 2013, resulted in a stunning monument memorializing Pinellas County's Gulf War era fallen. Memorial Day 2015, the monument was dedicated by Chairman John Maroney, who has since passed away. So this is a picture of the Fallen Soldiers Battlefield Cross. How many of you have been there besides those who were at the dedication ceremony? Okay, y'all need to get down there because it is beautiful. So, on this 10th anniversary of that erection of the Fallen Soldiers Battlefield Cross, I want to thank all those who were involved in making my question to Ken Welch become a reality. I want to recognize the Pinellas County Department of Communications, Human Services, Parks and Conservation Resources, and Veteran Services. And today, each of you. I especially want to recognize Commissioner Long, Commissioner Justice, yes, Commissioner Egger, and Lourdes, where's Lourdes? Back there, and others, and Mayor Ken Welch for all you've done to make that a reality, being at the dedication ceremony. And now I want to thank you for what you've done in the resolution for the Gandy Street Bridge signage. So thank you very much for doing that. That's my sister Evelyn Brady over there, Tom Brady's little sister too, and her two sisters. So in closing, I will repeat what I said in my speech that day back in 2015. Poor is the nation that has no heroes. Shameful is the nation that has them and forgets. Pinellas County has not forgotten our Gold Star families. Thank you for continuing to remember the fallen and supporting the families they left behind.
Thank
I want to quickly show this picture of some of our fallen soldiers. So thank you also very much on this 10th anniversary of the Fallen Soldiers Battlefield Cross
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Greg Pound.
Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. I want to thank my Creator, Yahweh, the God of creation, and for sending His Son Yeshua, the Messiah, to save our lives. I thank Him for my salvation. And I want to read a verse, and it comes out of Psalms, and it says, "The wicked shall be turned into hell, and the nation that forgets God." You know, I was looking at some things on the website that shows that, and they have a plan of depopulating the white population by 1 billion. And this started back around 2015. And Biden said that we are a minority, the white people are a minority in America, which this country was made for people to come in from all over the world. But when you look at Europe and you see their countries being replaced by migrants to the point where they have only 70% migrants. I think of Britain as 54% migrants now, more than the people that live in that country. And it's called this plan to change the world. And so I just want to say that it's a real sad situation, what I've seen in Pinellas County, to see what's been done to families in this county. As I work with the people on the street and I see all these fatherless young people and the drug problem and the homeless problem that we have, and it's all because of one thing, destruction of our family. And when we have criminals running our system, our leaders, I mean, they're traitors. They have sold us out. They're destroying our country. You see the stuff, what's going on in the elections. This goes on. And, you know, as a citizen of Pinellas County, it's just too bad we couldn't get some of the people representing us. I mean, these people in this room, they're on a merry-go-round. They're a replacement from one thing to the next. It's like you can't vote nobody new in. And you see it. You know, if you have anything to do with the politics, and that's why I ran for sheriff, and I should, by law, be the sheriff of this county. By law. You can laugh all you want. You had 3 lawyers. If you're so ignorant as a county commissioner and you don't know what's wrong for Robert Guattieri, who's an attorney and also the sheriff in this county, are you that ignorant as a representing we the people? I ran against 3 sheriffs in the county just to clean up this county, to clean up the corruption. All the children have been molested in this county through DCF in this county for money. I mean, the Creator, listen, the leadership isn't going to get away. The Creator is not going to let you get away with what you've done to families and children in this county. And so all I can tell you is that if the people don't take back this country and get serious about it, we're in big trouble. And so you just watch what happens. We'll see. And may God bless America.
Next up is Pastor Mac Johnson.
I'd like to say good afternoon to the commissioners and to the family as a whole. And thank you guys again for this great opportunity to be able to kind of share a few words just about life. And mostly when I'm sharing words, I'm trying to give words from our Lord to all of our hearts, because we're in this thing together. And God has put us here. And I was studying a Bible verse the other day, and it intrigued me because it let me read this verse here, then I'll tell you about it. James 4:14 says, "Consider your life. It is like a vapor that appears for a little while and it vanishes away." Now, I remember when I was a kid, and probably many of us do too, I mean, I just felt kind of like I was kind of invincible. And then all of a sudden, and I mean, just here recently, I've seen things that happened in my life where it seemed like it's time for me to get out of here. But James say, consider your life. It's like a vapor. You know what a vapor is, right? I mean, it's like a little mist in the air, and sometimes you can see it, and sometimes you can smell it. But he says that's what life is like. The one that created us says, consider your life is but a vapor. It appears for a little while, and it's gone. What are you doing with your life today? Now, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to me because, again, once I stand before him, I'm going to stand for me and nobody else, and the same thing with each one of us. All I'm saying is life is very brief. There's another verse that talks like life is but a breath. Man, I've seen several of my friends here lately. All of a sudden, they was here and they were gone. What happened? What are you doing with your life? I had this one professor when I went off to school years ago, and he would always say, you know what, there's one life. And this life will soon pass, and only those things that you do for Christ will last. Are you doing something for Christ today? All I'm saying is that great door is open again, and as we appear according to Scripture, our life, we understand it's but a vapor. It's going to be here for a little while, but after a while, it's going to vanish away. And the people will say for a while, well, where is he? Where is she? But after a while, we won't remember you like that unless you're somebody super powerful, and many of us are not that, but the thing is, we do have today. And as I think about our citizens to be heard, I know when I was a young fellow, I used to want somebody to talk to me about what real life was. I didn't grow up with people that understood real life. In other words, people that were saved and knew who Christ was. And so I had that need, I had that longing, and I look for it. And I'm hoping that each one of us have that hope and able to share with those that are without. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's all we have on public comment for items that are not on the agenda. We're going to move to the consent agendas, items number 3 through 19. Does anyone look to have something pulled? And if not, Okay, thank you. So we got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Long. Any discussion or comment? Nope. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 20. Barry?
So Commissioners, item number 20, as we discussed last Thursday in our work session, encompasses a series of agreements that constitute the Ray's redevelopment deal. And in total, we had the attorneys walk through the agreements. We certainly can go through the details of the agreements again, if you wish. What I did prepare for you and I sent out to you was kind of a recap of the tourist development funds. There was a lot of questions regarding that. I have a presentation prepared. So really, at your pleasure, we can move forward how you want to have this item presented.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not desiring a full presentation from what we have, but there were two things that perhaps, if you could, you and staff to cover. Thank you so much for sending the letter as it relates to the in-town redevelopment. Or did you want that part to wait until?
That part should wait until.
Wait until later, okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. And then that question will be answered because I've read through a number of the emails that we've received, and a lot of that addresses that. So, but anyway, thank you for sending that for clarification. But I think a brief overview for the benefit of those who may not have been present at the workshop, meaning the public to look, I think a brief overview might be acceptable. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but the only thing I want later on is if you could present the information to the public regarding that letter for the in-town redevelopment.
For clarification, she's referencing the CRA, which is on the 6 o'clock agenda?
Yeah,
Just for
that's what I said,
clarification.
too, yeah.
So that will be addressed then at the 6 o'clock?
Right.
And then Barry will give a kind
But
of
the
big overview.
TDT piece, if you
Yes.
could, a brief presentation.
Yeah. So Barry, if
sorry,
you
I
want
can
to go ahead and respond to that, and then
On
we'll,
the TDT?
on the TDT.
Okay, Pete, if you'll pull up the TDT presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Commissioners, one of the questions was, all of our pressing needs. How can we afford, to do this deal and also address our, what we know is is our highest priority, which is beach nourishment. You know, as you know, we did a look with our Tourism Development Council, if I can get this thing to work. So we looked at a 30-year pro forma. We used the Board of Commissioners and the TDC model that we presented back then when you had your joint meeting, and we've updated that since then. We've looked at all of our operating expenses, our capital expenses, and we've taken a look at the requirements because different pennies have, or different cents have different state requirements within them. We did look at revenue growth, and we took a very conservative approach on looking at how that would grow. But we also looked at our proposed beach nourishment cycles. We know that whatever happens, we're going to be eligible for state funding, but we've not included any of that in here. So it's an ultra-conservative financial picture when we look at that, because we know with hurricanes and things like that, there's either federal and or state money that would come. But we've taken an approach of just simply doing it on our own for the purposes of this model. We've also looked at including that we're going to have some escalation, so inflationary costs associated with beach nourishment 6 years out. We kept the 60-40 split because that's a discussion between you and the TDC, and we have yet to make a decision on that. So again, I want to give you these assumptions so you understand where we're coming from when you look at the numbers being presented. If we look at that, you can see right now under our capital plan is, is very healthy. Transfers from the operating would occur when we need to look at a beach nourishment, and you can see there under a beach nourishment our local match. That fund currently, with the current transfers, is healthy, but we know we've spent some money, especially with some of the latest stuff. If we did a beach nourishment in 2026 after the permitting that is currently going on our own, that's about $102 million. We would do that again in 2032 based upon a 6-year nourishment, and we've again provided a very high estimated cost at $144 million. And so you can see when we factor in the raise, the Dolly, the Holocaust, all these different things, we've even included in other CIP, other non-anticipated costs, whether that be other projects you want to do or emergencies that we would need to float money for. We've set aside over $130 million in the model as kind of an extra reserve. Even with that, you can see that our fund balance is healthy each and every year by having transfers from operating reserves out in 29, 30, and 31. Now, when you look at the operating reserves, again, you look at the bottom line there, they're healthy throughout an entire forecast period. And so we can have a discussion about how much we put down in the raise and things like that. But as you can see, in any year, we have very, very healthy reserves. And we have an extra reserve that I just covered. So that's a real quick overview to say that we can afford, we don't want to afford, but we can afford to do beach nourishment on our own if we need to, and still not put our funds in jeopardy by this deal.
Commissioner Latvella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Barry. So this is assuming that we're doing beach nourishment on our own.
This is.
And you mentioned that we would be eligible for possible federal dollars and state dollars. Doesn't FEMA have a policy currently that if you do beach nourishment on your own and a storm hits, that FEMA will not do reimbursements on those projects?
Correct. I would get Kelly up here to answer the specific questions around that. But like, for instance, I didn't classify that as, first off, there's no federal or state dollars in that. But just like with our Dune project, we received, $15 million out of the state for a $30 million project. I'll ask Kelly to come up to talk about this. We're still a designated community. It's just the way the funding is with the easements is what the issue is.
Okay. Good afternoon, Kelly Hammer, Levy Public Works Director. So for federally authorized beach projects, we are not eligible for FEMA reimbursement. We would have to ask for our projects to be deauthorized by Congress to be eligible for FEMA funding. So right now, we are ineligible for FEMA funding for those federally authorized projects irregardless.
So at any time during this forecast over the next, 8, 10 years, assuming we do beach nourishment on our own, which at some point, we're not going to have a choice. But if a hurricane hits Pinellas County, and it may not even be a direct hit, as we saw last year, but say a hurricane hits Pinellas County, FEMA will not help us. We have to pay that ourselves.
For our federally authorized projects, you are correct.
Now, but again, like last year, we did receive state money, okay? So we received state money, and I think the issue with the Corps, we're going to have to make a decision. If we get modifications from the Corps of Engineers, obviously, then we would get help with our nourishment projects. If we don't, well, then there's another question that would be posed back is why be federally authorized? Why make it a federal project? Then it would open up eligibility if we deauthorized it. The projects, if they're not going to ever help us, then why stay in the federal system?
So on that point, if we deauthorize it as a federal project, is that an act of Congress?
It is.
Okay.
It is, and I'm not even suggesting we have that type of discussion. I think we still try to play out that. What I was really trying to go after is there's no federal funds anticipated, but there's likely other funding sources available, like we saw last year with the state. And the state has money, but right now it matches federal money for nourishment. So there's an unanswered question about if we don't get federal money, can we still get state money? We don't know the answer to that.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barry, have we ever gotten FEMA money for beach nourishment?
Well,
I mean, we've been federally authorized for a long time.
Well, I'm going to ask Kelly to take that. It's been on hold ever since I've been here for 6 years, so.
I'm just trying to think back in history because our project was authorized in 1966. So I'm not aware that we've ever had FEMA reimbursement for beaches.
So the decision we may have to make going forward is whether we still want to play ball, so to speak, with the Army Corps or federally deauthorize it and go a different direction.
Correct. Others have done that. They deauthorized it. Now they're just doing it on their own. Right. And we've, again, this is a kind of a worst case because we've put in that we're doing it on our own.
Right.
And we also have $130 million of extra reserves above the reserve levels that you're seeing here now for those unanticipated either emergencies or other capital projects you choose to do.
So this is a very conservative outlook.
It is.
I like that. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? No? Okay, then we will go to public comment. And we have quite a few. Again, I'm going to ask you to come up, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Pete Bolin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Pete Bolin, 4670 Chancellor Street Northeast in beautiful Shore Acres. I'll be real short and sweet up here. We've been working on this for 17 years over here when it comes to this stadium project. I hear some of the complaints, and some of them are valid and concerns with this project. But I do believe that everything involved with those complaints is also addressed by this economic development project. And I speak to you not only as a lifelong resident of Pinellas County and as a business owner in downtown St. Pete who directly benefits from the economic vitality of being a major league stadium and being a major league city, brings to our city and to our county, but also speak to you as a board member for the Pinellas, the National Restaurant and Lodging Association Pinellas chapter. As a board member here, I want to remind that there is 2 purposes for this hotel bed tax uses. It's capital improvement projects and also marketing dollars. So those are those 2 defined measures that are supposed to be used for these dollars. I could argue that having a Major League Baseball stadium and funding this project would satisfy both of those requirements. Having professional baseball and having pro sports and major events in our city and in our county helps define our tourist economy here, and I strongly urge your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jason Spears.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Spears. I live at 445 34th Avenue Northeast in St. Petersburg. I'm also one of the owners of Peninsula Mechanical Contractors. We're a 45-year-old company, small business contractor, certified with Pinellas County based in Clearwater, and have been for quite some time. In addition to that, I'm also the 2024 Board of Governors Chair for the St. Pete Chamber of Commerce. I sit on the EDC board, and in 2026, I'll be the chair of Associated Builders and Contractors, the largest trainer of apprentices in the state of Florida. I come before you today to speak in support of this project, the construction of a new stadium for St. Petersburg. This project is much more than a stadium build. It is an anchor for development that will transform what is essentially one of the largest parking lots in Tampa Bay into an economic hub that is going to activate this entire region. Collectively, the St. Pete Chamber, the EDC, and ABC represent approximately 2,000 businesses. The boards of each organization emphatically support this project. This project is going to draw new businesses to the region. This project is going to enhance businesses already here. And from an economic development standpoint, a workforce development standpoint, and an apprenticeship training standpoint, you can have no bigger impact for that than a major construction project like this. This will last for years. This will create opportunities for generations to come. So I come in support of this, and I hope that you will vote in support of the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being brief. Aretha Pope?
Good afternoon, members of the commission and our distinguished chairwoman. To all that are present here today, both in terms of the county, the city, concerned citizens, I am here to support the development of Tropicana, what was formerly Tropicana, and the gas plant stadium development. I bring you greetings and salutations from our national board chairman, Leon Russell, who was formerly on the county's, I believe, Civil Rights Division. I bring you salutations and greetings from all of our members across the country. I am the Economic Development Chair. I've served in that capacity twice. I send you regards from our current president, Esther Williams. I'm here to say specifically, this is a lifetime opportunity. This is a moment in time where we have no other facility, as I have written to the commissioners, that could house over 25,000 plus individuals, create economic value, and in times of disaster and natural disaster, house and hub a resiliency in terms of protecting the citizens and those who are affected. Eventually, in time, we will have a disastrous, I hate to say that, direct hit or indirect hit that caused catastrophic challenge to our area. That is not what we look forward to. Additionally, we are now looking on the global stage where we are seeing athletes and competitors across the world compete in arenas and stadiums and do extraordinary things. Without the facility, without the accompaniments that go with a stadium, none of those things can be achieved. I lived in Atlanta. I was former chief of staff to Martin King III, the oldest son of Dr. King. I've worked on a variety of different complex issues and venues, from the King National Holiday being commissioned, but what is my point here? My point here today to each and every one of you is that we stand on the precipice of making a monumental change in our economy and the utilization of minority business development, its use, the sustainable and resiliency that occurs when we work and team together. We will not ignore the beach economy. It is principal to the economy in Pinellas and across the state. We have extraordinary beaches. We have to protect and preserve them. And I want to also say that we saw a national convention being held, and other cities benefited quite greatly from having those facilities. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next is Chris Steinacher.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Commissioners, Administrator Burton. My name is Chris Steinacher. I'm President and CEO of the St. Petersburg Area Chamber of Commerce, and I live at 100 2nd Avenue North. That's my office. That's a joke. I'm on vacation today, but I came out in support of this. I did a staycation to make sure that we continue to spend our money in our community. My family is watching from the beach, hopefully, but maybe not. We've come here to support a lot of things in our community, but we are here today to support this deal. We're here to say thank you to this administration, to all of you as county commissioners who previously and currently understand the economic impact of this project. We come here to thank our mayor and his administration for putting together what we believe is the best economic opportunity our community has ever seen. We do believe this is the way we will attract jobs, we will create the kind of communities and neighborhoods our families will live in, and those will be the places that people will want to come visit and see for themselves. You are building the next place, the next attraction with these resources. I'm so excited that you guys put that money in play for us. I do also want to thank the Tampa Bay Rays. They have been a great supporter of every charity in our community. They give, and they give, but they care. They want, as much as us, to build a winner for our community, the pride in our community. Our chamber took this on in the mid-'70s. We've been supporters of our chamber for 110 years of baseball. We heard Walt Disney building Walt Disney and Sun City Center building retirement centers, and we quickly said, hey, Pinellas County better come up with another activity center than just beaches, or we will not attract those who are looking for activities. And so we set out and continued for the last 30 years to try to get baseball, and then for the last 25 have enjoyed the magic of it and have seen those investments and have seen the jobs created. And now that we have this opportunity to take a parking lot and put it into a neighborhood and remember all those promises that we made so long ago and put those people in our hearts and care about what we're going to do next, I find this to be the most fascinating, exciting times of our lives. I took the Gateway Express here and got here so quickly, and I see everything we've done in our community. Look around. Our community is leading the region in what we're doing. County Administrator Burton and all you county commissioners should take credit for that. We are a leader in economic development. We need this project. We need the office space. We need the residential space. We need our Tampa Bay Rays. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Christy Bruner. And next up after Christy is Matt Lettler. And if you want to come on in the room and be ready when she's up and when she's done.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you all so much for your willingness to serve our community during this pivotal time in our county. Sorry, my name is Christy Bruner, 5201 Denver Street Northeast, St. Petersburg. I'm here representing the business community as Vice President of Advocacy for the St. Petersburg Area Chamber of Commerce, but also as the mom of 3 girls. 2 of them are teenagers and are currently working at one of our city pools, serving our community and making some summer spending money. That's what the Raise Hines project encapsulates: opportunities for all in our county, inclusion for our youth, and feeling of belonging for all. I'm here just to briefly voice my support for this project, our support for this project, and all that is a means for our future of our Pinellas County, for a future employment center, cultural heart of our city, and a tourism destination. This project is not perfect. No project ever will be. But moving forward, as so many elements of this project morph and change, only by working together in the truly collaborative style of our county will we all succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate you being brief. Matt Lettler, and next up will be Bob Warchouse.
Good afternoon. Matt Lettler, 3321 21st Street North in St. Pete. Council Chair Peters, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. All of the commission, Mayor, good to see you, sir. I wasn't gonna speak today because I was like, you know what, we know what we're here for. We're gonna get this thing done. And then I had a nightmare last night, and it took me all the way back to the 80s. The Illinois legislature stopped the clock to allow the vote to fund a new White Sox stadium, and we didn't get our team. Then a few years later, when we had a team, the Giants, they're coming here. We got it done. We got an ownership group. We got the stadium. We're ready to go. And Wayne Huizenga, the owner of the Marlins then, and Major League Baseball stopped us. So you know what? I said, I'm not going to not come up here and speak because this is just too important. And y'all, I believe, have a historic vote ahead of you today that should be easy. You all have the opportunity to take money that is designated for a certain job, kind of like monopoly money. You get to take it and wash it through economic development, property taxes, everything like that. And then you have millions and millions and millions to spend on anything that we want in the future. And that's what this opportunity means for our community outside of downtown St. Pete. It's what it means for Oldsmar. It's what it means for unincorporated Pinellas, is more money that can go towards those projects that we need there. And this money that's done for tourism can go towards the stadium. So I just thank you all for your diligence. I thank you all for working so hard to get this deal done, especially Administrator Burton. Thank you very much. Sorry to say some poor things about Illinois, but you're a Floridian now. So, but y'all, thank you, and let's see you all on opening day 2028 at the new gas plant ballpark. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And again, thank you for being brief as well. Bob Orchola, I'm not sure if I said that right. I think I said it wrong the first time. Bob, I apologize.
Dude, that's all right. You probably
Next
couldn't read
after- Next after Bob is Robin Miller.
read my handwriting. Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of County Commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Bob Orchola. I reside at 263 Madeira Circle in Tierra Verde. I'm here to speak on behalf of the EDC. I serve as general counsel to the EDC. I'm also on the Chamber Board. I'm speaking on behalf of the EDC. I want to thank Mr. Burton and his team on his work on these contracts. I know he worked very hard to protect the taxpayers of Pinellas County, and I want to commend him for that. I support this project. I think that the Rays have been a great partner, both in the city of St. Pete and Pinellas County. They put a phenomenal project team on the field with limited resources. They are heavily involved in our community, and that's not always noticed by everyone. And I do know that their employees love working for them as an employer. They've selected a great developer to help them with this project, and I think that what we're looking at in this project, not only will it transform that area, the city of St. Petersburg, it will have more than a trickle-down effect for the entire Pinellas County and this region. So I would urge you to support this project, and hopefully, like Matt said, we'll see you on opening day. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Miller, and then next up will be Joseph W.J. Robinson. Joseph Robinson.
Good afternoon, Robin Miller, President and CEO for the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber. 6990 Gulf Boulevard is our address. Like Chris, I'm there most of the time, but I have a cot at 185 22nd Avenue North. So here we are today. As many of you may know, this chamber has been in deep, passionate conversations with the TDC and the County Commission over years about the 60-40 split and about beach nourishment and about the usage of the bed tax. Our chamber represents nearly 125 to 150 hotels and vacation rentals. Multiply that by the number of units they represent. That equates to that pot that Barry just talked about. Our organization pretty much solely represents the bed tax in those businesses. And I could tell you, as a chamber, I stand here before you as an organization of those members that supports this decision today. Otherwise, this room and outside would be filled with hoteliers and short-term rental businesses to ask you not to spend that money that they've collected on their average daily rate year over year. We know the intended purposes of this bed tax. As an organization, we advocate that you do vote yes today, not only because it creates jobs, not only because there's going to be great housing, it is going to be a diverse project. It bridges the gap between the bay and the beaches, and it will create more tourism revenue. And together we're better. So from the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber, we do ask you to vote yes today on this. And as an organization of the beaches from Terra Verde to Clearwater Beach, the largest contributor to the bed tax, we are excited to see what can happen for our county and for our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. And next is Joseph Robinson from Seminole. And after Joseph, we have Peter Kent.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, County Commission. My name is Joseph W.J. Robinson. I'm a licensed professional engineer since 1982. I own my own consulting engineering firm since 1990, doing MEP engineering. I'm a member of the Tampa Sports Authority Board, and I'm also a charter member of the National Society of Black Engineers, and I'm also a fiscal conservative. I live at both Tampa and Largo at 13530 120th Street, Largo, Florida, which brings me here. I'm 2 miles from Indian Rocks Beach, so I'm concerned about beach nourishment, but I understand that there's money there based on what I just saw currently. This is a regional development. That's why I'm here, because I'm from Tampa and also in Largo. So this is a regional project. We need to think more regional. This project is an investment for Pinellas County, just like it is for the city of St. Pete. But the devil is always in the details, always in the details. Corps engineers is an issue. They will not necessarily say, we're going to give you money, because they want to make sure they're not putting their money on private property, because they're the government. That's an issue. FEMA, they're not going to reimburse you because of the way that you set your structure up. And every 6 years, you're going to have a hurricane or two. So I think the beach renourishment can be done. My concern here, more specifically, is that the county doesn't have anything for small businesses or for minority businesses as a goal or anything on this project. The city does. St. Pete does. County has SBA, but there's no goal. So I like to make sure that businesses like myself, small and also minority and women, have an opportunity. That's what we're all about, opportunities. And I know St. Pete has those. And I've done work over in St. Pete. I've done work on stadiums. I've done work on Tampa Stadium. I've done work on the Detroit Lions. I've done work on the University of Florida North End Zone back in the day. I'm not a young buck here. Also, so let's get that. And the other thing, finally, with this site, I'm going to leave a copy of an article that was in the St. Pete Times. There was a black cemetery. You done had a couple over here at the Crum Building and all in Clearwater. You're finding. And there was an article done back in 2020 that stated that Oakland Cemetery was over there where the raised lot number 1 is. The technology was not available in the 90s to do ground penetrating radar to find bodies or anything else. I suggest, and I don't know who I leave this with, I guess with the clerk, that you have some type of penetrating radar done on lot 1. There's a potentiality of some bodies buried there, and that's one other issue that needs to be dealt with, because that was a black cemetery in a black area. And so I just want to say that I don't have any problem with this project, and I appreciate the opportunity to say so, and thank you, Mayor Welch.
Thank you for coming. Peter Kent has 5 people that I need to confirm are here. Okay, so I've got Barbara Easton. Okay, Gabrielle Cormier, Adrian, Gamson? I got a post here, I can't see you. Is there Gabe? Got it, thank you, saw your arm. Donna Peltier? Great, it looks like Wendy Snyder as well, so he's got 1 extra, he's got a bonus. So Peter Kent, you're gonna have 10 minutes, and you're speaking on behalf of the names I mentioned. And if you'll state your name and address before you get started.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Peter Kent of 8 Academy Way, St. Petersburg. In the next 10 minutes, I want to prove to you why it would be fiscally irresponsible to vote yes on this Rades-Hines project. It will cost the city-county taxpayers about $2.5 billion while providing only 10% of that back as benefits. Now, so I have represented both sides of this issue. I am both I'm a professional engineer with an MBA, and I have been Commissioner of Public Works with a staff of 70 on one side and reviewing projects, and I've been a principal engineer on a 6,000-acre new city in Saratoga County on the other side. I've retired here. I've given 7 one-hour talks to the Association of Senior Professionals at Eckerd College on this project, and 92% of them are opposed to approving this project as it exists. Last week's City Council 5-3 vote against this project, or for this project. You are our last hope. So this is a desperation act on our part. On related item 46, which I'm not going to talk about because it's only 20, I think this is the in-city extension for the city. I would oppose the extension of the city's CRA for another 10 years because it's not a blighted or slum area. And it's, what it really is, it's taxation without representation. What it does is it takes property tax money, converts it into general revenue, and then is allowed to make bonds that don't have a required citywide vote before the bond is issued. The county bed tax for 30 years, the last 27 years, have been putting about $30 million a year into the Rays and their stadium, and yet it only gets about 3% of the visitors. Beaches, museums cost less and bring in more visitors. If you vote yes, this project could bring in a bunch of legal lawsuits, including personal lawsuits on 4 legal issues. The Southern Poverty Law Center warned the city last month that the property was acquired under eminent domain and can therefore only be used for public purposes. We've already talked about how the CRA is really not a slum or blighted area. The CRA has a balance of $68 million in its TIF fund, and it's going to be transferred into this project. There's a question about that, but the real issue I want to talk about today is the sale of county-owned property, which has a fair market value of over $1 billion, and is being sold for less than $250 million return, or less than 25% return. And you ought to talk to your attorneys before voting yes on this. This is the 6 county parcels that are owned. It's 76 of the 87 acres in this project. It's in the county name. The county is selling this today. The county is giving this away today if you vote yes on this project. I think this is an adjacent parcel. What you can see here is this is the city police station, the old police station, and this is the Tropicana Field, one street away. And on the county books, it's valued at $3.7 million an acre. But this is an appraisal done for the county, or done for the city a year ago. And this appraisal shows that this vacant parcel is worth $29.4 million an acre, or $29.4 million, or $14 million an acre. So I think this proves beyond a doubt that this property is worth about $14 million an acre. To sell it for less and to prove this today without getting a new appraisal is a real risk for you guys. 86% of the 625 voters polled by Mason-Dixon said the city and county should obtain a new land appraisal before proceeding. 79% of them said that the Rays should pay rent at least equal to the property tax exemption. And what would that be? Here is the property tax exemption that the Rays are getting. This is on the county website. I put in $1.3 billion for the Rays Stadium property. It was there. It was assessed value was 85% of that. And the taxes would be $22 million a year. If instead of the stadium being built there, housing was built there at the same $1.3 billion, it would generate $22 million more a year in property taxes. And where this is the complicated, this is the meat and potatoes table. I'm sorry about how reading this, but you see here that this is the $22 million of lost property taxes. You see up here the amount that is being put in by the city and the county. You see $1 billion of land value. You see, I've got to get over here and read it. $40 million first year on the infrastructure, $600 million city and county gift to the Rays for the building their stadium, and a $68 million transfer of the TIF balance to this project, totaling $1.8 billion you are going to be conveying today if you approve this project. And that totals down here $2.5 billion over 30 years. Now, what are you getting in return? What are the taxpayers getting in return for giving up that $2.5 billion? Where they're getting, this is the parcel sales, and this is right out of the books. If you read the books that you're approving today, this is the exact rate at which Hines is guaranteeing that they're going to buy the land. They only have to buy the land when and if they want it. Then there's a $50 million community benefit program, $10 million in 2026, and the rest spread over the time. Then there's more, the affordable housing. They're only going to build affordable housing, they say in their own documents, they're only going to build affordable housing if they can get additional federal, state, county, and local grants and tax benefits. Without them, they aren't going to build any housing. And if they don't build any housing, they have a penalty of $64 million, which I've shown in here. And then the last column there is $1 million a year to the county in lieu of rent on the stadium, and it totals to $250 million down here. So what I'm saying is you're giving away, the taxpayer is giving $2.5 billion in exchange for $250 million or 10% return, let alone any payment. The current deal is much better than this deal. The current deal at least gives the city and county 50% of the profits from the development. This thing gives the city and county nothing, no profits from the development. But council members have a fiduciary duty to represent the constituents. Voting yes on this means that you honestly believe that the deal costing $2.5 billion and promising only $250 million back is in the constituents' best interest. And any constituent who disagrees could sue the council members jointly or separately for the damages of $2.3 billion plus penalties. I really think you ought to talk to your attorney before you vote for this. And I think that voting yes, if your attorney says that you have no liability, you ought to ask her if she has over $2 billion in assets or over $2 billion in liability, professional liability insurance to back you up if she is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Robin Jevijo. I'm sorry, I apologize if I'm not saying that correctly, from St. Petersburg. And next up is Franklin Hartzell.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Robin Davidov, and I live in St. Petersburg. I'm here on behalf of the 400 members of the League of Women Voters of the St. Petersburg area. We are asking you to vote no on this deal. Please ignore the propaganda. The Rays are here to stay because there is no other city, including Tampa, who will give them 80 acres of prime real estate and a stadium. Send this agreement back to the city to be rebalanced in favor of the taxpayers because that is your fiduciary obligation. Later, a better deal will afford you the opportunity to vote yes to a fairer agreement, one that does not overly burden county taxpayers for the next 30 years. The Florida Tax Watch report is a red flag warning, and I quote, "The total cost to the city of St. Petersburg is $1.6 billion, and to the county, $809 million. There is much, much more than bed tax in this. The Florida Tax Watch report tells us that this deal is not beneficial to taxpayers unless two conditions are added. One, revenue sharing because, quote, most new stadium ballpark deals are designed to produce substantially more revenue. And 2, a clawback clause because, quote, it would help to provide more balance between the community and the profit interests of the raise. Your constituents are facing $1 billion in infrastructure needs, including stormwater management and beach replenishment. Diverting money to pay for a new stadium with no demonstrable return is fiscally irresponsible. What about public sentiment? The recent Mason-Dixon poll was deemed by the Tampa Bay Rays expert as the most reliable. It shows voters' overwhelming opposition to this current deal. City Council member Lizette Hanowitz's op-ed explains the numerous legal flaws in these agreements. You are urged to vote no to agreements which are legally flawed and which do not protect taxpayers. Most importantly is the social injustice inherent in this deal. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center's letter to the city, quote, the decision to sell the land at far below market rate is a continuing violation of the original discrimination that began when the city first acquired the land. No one can reliably identify any return on investment for the $2.4 billion of taxpayer money. This is an unbelievably bad deal. No economic evidence, no community justification, no business transparency, no vote by the public adds up to a no vote today, an opportunity for a much better deal for taxpayers another day. Love the Rays, but care about the people of Pinellas County more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Franklin Hartzell, and after Franklin is Ash Alonso. Is Franklin here? You want to check outside so we know. And then Ash Alonso. So when I call your name, please be ready to come up. We have quite a few more people that want to speak. And no here? Okay, so Franklin is not here. We're going to go to Ash Alonso. After Ash is Mary Katuk.
Ash Alonso. I reside at 2434 10th Avenue North, St. Pete, and I have lived in Tampa Bay for a quarter of a century. Parts of Pinellas County I've never seen flood before are undrivable now when it rains. Florida's home and car insurance rates are among the highest in the nation, and the state just cut all grants funding the arts. So why are we diverting over $420 million of county money away from public services? For context, $420 million could provide free lunch for every public school student in Pinellas County for 1,600 years. Kids who grew up here are leaving because they can't afford it. That's how you destroy communities and increase crime. If regional growth is displacing families and small businesses, we are not being developed. We are being exploited. I am the former marketing coordinator for the Museum of Fine Arts St. Pete. My salary was only $45K, and I made more than my coworker who has a master's degree. The MFA is located in one of the wealthiest parts of St. Pete, but the people working the front desk still only make $15 an hour. So can we stop pretending like luxury businesses popping up across Tampa Bay makes it easier for people to afford housing? Let's stop pretending like having Michelin star restaurants here is somehow going to trickle down and lead to food security for the working class, when the reality is that the wealth gap and exploitation in St. Pete is directly proportional to how many yachts are docked in the bay. I've never been appointed to any fancy political committees. My parents are immigrants from a rural town in the Philippines who didn't even used to vote. Pinellas used to be a place where any hardworking American could build a life for themselves and their family. I am proof of that. Families like mine, our tax dollars got the county to this point, but now people like me don't deserve to live here anymore? I am not against regional growth, but development should prioritize the citizens who helped make this county great, not tourists and out-of-town businesses who have no allegiance to Pinellas County. If you vote no today, you give us a second chance at negotiating a better deal for young people like me who just want the opportunity to raise our own families in the region we helped build. Elections are coming up, and voters agree. Taxpayers deserve to benefit from the investment of our money, not billionaires. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mary Kay Tuck. And after Mary is Dylan James.
You pronounced my name perfectly. Most people have fun with it, so thank you. My name's Mary Kay Talk. I've been a resident here since 1987. I live at 5910 Bayou Grande Boulevard Northeast. My main career here has been in the real estate industry for 35 years. I've been an agent and as well as a broker, and I've also been a mortgage broker as well. I love baseball. I'm from the Bronx, New York. We have 2 teams in every sport imaginable up there. So I'm a sports fan. I watch it all the time. But as a real estate agent, my first priority is looking at the contract details, because that's where the devil really resides. As much as we can be promised things verbally, when you start looking at contracts, that's where it comes down to the nitty-gritty. Return on investments and guarantees and who's holding whose foot to what fire. There will be no revenue sharing from the raise, no property tax monies, no ticket parking revenues, nor name change if it gets purported over to a corporate entity, to name a few. I'm not going to go through everything because I have emailed everybody some big bullet points there. The big thing that gets my goat is that, yes, we are valuable, we are globally recognized, and yet the cost of this land that could be so much more and benefit us is being given away for pittance on the dollar, as been explained by the recent or the older appraisal that's been put out. Guarantees very little. As soon as this deal is signed into force, the Hines can pull out of the deal and substitute somebody else, and we have no way to vet them, no way to guarantee their performance. And since the Rays are not paying property taxes, here's a thought for consideration. Property tax money supplies the police services in this county and in this city, rather in the city down there. And who's going to be paying for that, for the games and events that go on? The surrounding parcelage is not being used to give homes back to the families displaced by the eminent domain action that was taken. I mean, we have so many luxury apartments going on, and it's turning into a wealthy area, no bones about it. And what is happening to our working class force and our elders and those on fixed incomes? This is my concern, and I'm not saying no to the deal, but I'm saying no to this deal only because there are so many loopholes that are for the investor. This is a buyer's deal. And when you sell your own personal properties in your own portfolios, what are you looking to get? You're trying to get the maximum. We're in a seller's market, for goodness sake. We can command what we want. We can get community benefits. We can get housing, affordable housing. Right now, there is no guarantee that the 1,250 working class units will be built. So I'm going to end with a prayer.
Thank you.
God said, the one who lives honestly and practices righteousness and acknowledges and speaks truth, they will be the ones to live with me.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got Dylan James. And Tom Tito will follow Dylan. Is Dylan in here? Yes, okay. Are you Dylan? Okay, let's confirm that Dylan is not here. Okay, so Tom, if you want to come on up. After Tom is Tamika Oliver.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I've heard a lot of folks tell you they really want to see this stadium
I
get
need you to
built.
state your address before you start.
I live on 12th Avenue South in South St. Pete.
Thank you.
50-year resident. I'm not saying you shouldn't build the stadium. I'm just saying you shouldn't be giving this taxpayer money when it's not needed. The presentation by Peter Kent demonstrated that there's about $800 million of excess profit in this 86 acres of land. If it's worth $700, $900 million, and you're only getting $200 million, that excess profit is enough for them to build the stadium without any county funding. I wanted to touch on beach renourishment. When we're looking at the past 10, 20, 30 years, we're not looking ahead because the storms are stronger, there are more of them, and they're hitting the beaches before they can even be renourished. We need to be prepared for bad weather coming up. I appreciate a statement Janet Long made. I think she said we should trust the Rays and trust Haynes because they have a good reputation. That brings me to another point. There is no provision in here to stop the Rays from selling the team or from bringing in a new developer that does not have a good reputation. The county could give yourselves the right to approve or not approve of any assignment of development rights, and you should. Commissioner Flowers, I really appreciate your standing up for folks in need, tenants who are being faced with double-digit rent increases. You suggested that the affordable housing come up front instead of 20 or 30 years down the road. And you could also say the same thing about a grocery store in a neighborhood that's considered a food desert, and a preschool, daycare center for working families. This would be a real benefit. The project could be improved, and I think tourist money could go to housing hotel workers. Affordable housing for all the people in the tourist industry is not really addressed in this county. And I think the future is they're going to move to Ruskin or Pasco County and have a long drive in, and they'll contribute their taxes to those counties. So for all these reasons, I ask you to vote no today. Bring it back to the city and let's improve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tamika Oliver. And after Tamika is George Baxter.
I'm Tamika Oliver. I'm at 1627 27th Street South in St. Petersburg, 33712. And I want to thank you for letting me speak. This is a terribly written deal surrounding the stadium. It was written to satisfy the needs of its donors and not the needs of its constituents. Us black folks need to stop being so conditioned to accepting crap handed to us as good. We always accept crap. Crap is always what we're gonna get. That's what the St. Pete Council is giving us, crap, and calling it honor. How dare you give away land and our tax dollars that our ancestors was forced off of to billionaires, the Rays and Hines, and call it respect. You're not respecting us. You're spitting in the black community's face. When it comes to housing, all we're gonna get is a hope, wish, and a prayer. Because the way the agreement is written, the only way housing is going to get built if local and federal subsidies are available. And that's a big if. If it does get built, no one but six-figure earners can afford it. And to create a deal the city isn't making any future revenue on makes no sense to me. It's clear you don't care about the St. Pete residents because you passed this bad deal. You don't care that we get rate increases on our bills every few months because you just added 30 more years of debt to what we have to pay. There's been decades long of nothing, of doing nothing, and all we get is we can't even get our basic human needs met, clean air, fresh food. All we get is harassed by the police and outdated produce and a bunch of broken promises. And you got the nerve to still ask for our votes at the polls, so I ask you to vote no on this plan that does not benefit the St. Pete residents. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. George Baxter? Thank you. And after George Baxter is William Kilgore.
My name is George Baxter, 4963 Bacopa Lane South, St. Petersburg. I was amazed with the presentation that Peter Kent did, though his reputation precedes him. And the information presented and comments from other people should send up alarm bells to you. They cannot be that wrong with what they are saying. As county commissioners, according to Florida law, did you not accept responsibilities as fiduciaries to manage both the operations and the assets of Pinellas County for the benefit of our citizens, not for the benefit of yourselves or any entity? When you chose to make the decision about selling the subject land, a major county asset, instead of allowing our citizens to decide, your fiduciary responsibility should weigh more heavily. Your obligation to what is best for our citizens is what is best for our citizens. Your obligation is not to the purchasing entity. As such, have you put yourselves in the shoes of our citizens and ask yourself, why would an informed citizenry agree to sell the asset for a price that appears to be much less than what it is worth, knowing that once sold, it is gone forever from the public domain? What do I, as a citizen, as any citizen, gain from this transaction? What do I lose as a citizen forever, including the share of my new debt? Will you ask yourself, will my decision today increase your citizens' trust and confidence in me as a commissioner, and that I am doing the best for them? Or am I deserving of the trust of those who elected me to my high position as county commissioner? Listen to them and gain their trust. Dismiss them and lose their trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is William Kilgore. And after William, we're going to go to Zoom. We have 3 people on Zoom. We'll start with Sarah Peacock if she's on there. But first we have William Kilgore.
Hi, thank you, Chair. William Kilgore, I'm a resident of St. Pete. And I'm with the St. Petersburg Tenants Union. We've been up here. I don't make it up here too often. It's good to see all the county commissioners. Yeah, so we're, our organization and myself, we're against this deal. It's, call it what it is. It's an egregious act of corporate welfare. That's exactly what it is. You know, we're giving all this money for a new stadium over to a $1 billion+ sports franchise. You know, meanwhile, we're looking at the county right now to date. There's been 3,300 evictions filed in Pinellas this year. You know, folks are struggling to pay their rents. Folks are struggling to put food on the table, to afford health care. You know, you look at the opponents of this deal, look at the supporters. Look at the supporters of the deal. It's these business leagues that represent these big corporations, you know, who are depriving us of our wages, who are gouging us of our rents, who are driving us into debt. You know, and then they want to take our public resources and put them back into the pockets of these corporations. You know, and you know, this when we talk about economic impact of this thing, you know, we're talking about for whom? You know, that's the question that's never brought up. It's whether or not it's going to be appropriate economic impact, the economic output, all these projections that they have. You know, we don't know if any of this is going to come into fruition. I'm not saying if, it's when it doesn't come fully into fruition, when it doesn't work out, when it doesn't trickle down, because things don't trickle down, it doesn't trickle down. You know, that's a bunk economic theory. You know, so I'm out here, I stand with the tenants and the workers. You know, we think the process has generally been rigged against us. We look at the city, we were supposed to have this straw poll. It got shot down. There were actually 5 council members in support of it, you know, but it needed a supermajority for them to go and put this process into place. A non-binding straw poll, they didn't even want to have us vote. That's how rigged this process is. If it had been a supermajority for the vote they had to pass the deal, it would have failed. So, you know, we look at this, it's like, hey, you know, where are our voices? You know, we have these meetings in the middle of the afternoon. It's difficult for people to come out. I've taken off work. I've taken off a lot of work to come speak at these things because it's really important to me because I look at my future. I'm born and raised in Pinellas County. I think about my mom living right up the street on Drew Street, working for Pinellas County Schools, you know, struggling to pay her expenses, taking care of my special needs brother, my other brother who can't move out. He can't afford a place. You know, my other adult brother. You know, it's crazy, and I think about their futures. I think about the futures of all the people here who are struggling. So I urge you to take a step back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come out. So Sarah Peacock, Dear Lynn, is she on?
Ms. Peacock, if you're in the Zoom application, can you please raise your hand?
And after Sarah will be Jamaica Williams, if she's on.
Madam Chair, it doesn't appear Ms. Peacock has joined us today. Ms. Williams, if you can hear us in the Zoom application, please raise your virtual hand. I don't see Ms. Williams either.
Okay, and then we have, it looks like Laura Alhausen.
Laura Alhausen, can you hear us? Just one moment while I unmute you.
Okay.
Please say your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Lama Al Hassan. I live in Coquina Key in South St. Pete. And I just want to say some of the things that other folks said earlier about how challenging it is for working class people to make this. I'm trying to multitask while doing work, but I know I will have to work overtime to make up for the time that I've been here. But it is important for us to come out here and voice our opinions and say that this deal is absolutely terrible. The historic gas plant neighborhood was one of the city's first Black communities, and it was a thriving neighborhood with Black-owned homes, businesses, and churches. In the late 70s and early 1980s, that land was acquired by the city of St. Pete and had promises of affordable housing and job opportunities. And those promises were quickly broken with the construction of the interstate that is directly through the area and plans to build what would become the Tropicana field. Residents have been coming out for years to talk about the horrible deals that have been presented that have consistently broken the commitments and promises made to these Black residents. And residents have still continued to come out when different proposals like the Raise Hines deals was presented. People in general in St. Pete are being priced out. There is not enough affordable housing. More and more people are forced to live on the streets because they cannot afford the increased cost of rent, food, and utilities, as the wages stay the same. And technically speaking, they're actually decreasing because of inflation. And with all the deals that have been presented, none had satisfactory or guaranteed affordable housing coverage, but Raise Hines was one of the worst. So we have to ask ourselves, why is the city and the county so committed to risk putting us in debt for a sports team while the people are suffering? We demand the county vote no on this deal and come up with something that's equitable, that doesn't steal our money, and instead prioritizes the care of our people in our city and our county. We can use that money for so many things. We can invest it in the youth with after-school care programs, housing, infrastructure, disaster relief. There's so many things that we can do with that money. We need to prioritize the people. We need to say no to this deal, and we need to find ways to actually care for our community. So I ask of the county today to vote no on this deal and to reconsider how to actually spend our money on things that take care of us, instead of all these folks that have been representing big business, that have been claiming that this deal will save all of us. So thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment section. So I'm going to look to commissioners and see who, Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions. The first one for Don. What would happen if, assuming that this passes and the legislature in future years passes a law that the governor signs that changes how TDT funds can be used or gets rid of TDT funds altogether, would we be up the creek essentially, and how would that work?
Well, there's kind of two questions involved. I'm sorry, Don Kroll from your county attorney's office. There's kind of two questions in there. One, if they changed the use of the tax, that would have to be prospective, looking forward only, once the bonds are issued, assuming those bonds get issued. So obviously, the most likely time frame would be that these bonds would be issued before legislative session would happen, so that's unlikely. But if they were to subsequently eliminate the tax altogether, that would change the bond dynamic, and we would not have that income. That's the only income that the county is pledging to those bonds. So there's no county risked funds otherwise. The bonds would be defaulted on, and that is most likely what would happen there, unless there was some other way to step into that. But the county would not be obligated to pay on those.
Okay, so we wouldn't have to dip into general revenue or other
No,
sources?
sir.
Okay. Mr. Abrams, I have a couple questions for you. And before I ask them, I just wanted to thank you for everything you have, everything that you have done for us, and all the questions you have answered and the guidance and so forth. As you know, I'm a baseball fan. And there's a concept that I don't fully understand, but I sort of understand when it comes to Major League Baseball teams, and that's revenue sharing. And I understand that the large market teams, if they exceed a certain amount in their payroll, give money to the small market teams like the Tampa Bay Rays, the Oakland Athletics, Miami, and so forth. And what I've read is that could be like $50 to $60 million a year. And that's money that the Rays receive from these other teams. Would I be accurate in that range about with how much
You are
that
accurate in that there is redistribution of revenues between large markets and small markets. I don't have the actual numbers from this year nor what the Rays got in the last year or two from redistribution and revenue sharing. All of the leagues, it's interesting that in the United States, where we're a very capitalistic business environment, we have a sort of a revenue sharing agreement among a lot of the leagues. The NFL does that, NBA, National Hockey League, Major League Soccer, where they share a certain amount of revenues. It helps the rising tide lifting all boats, right? They want everybody to be financially successful. So they do that by, in Major League Baseball, it's one of the ways is that there's a salary tax, right? If you exceed a certain amount of salary, you have to pay a tax that your salary exceeds, and that goes in for redistribution to other Major League Baseball teams. It is essentially to allow all the teams to be on an equal footing for competitive balance, right? It's not meant to enrich one or to tax another. It's meant to make them all competitive so they can field the appropriate level of successful teams. It gives everybody a chance to make the playoffs and win a World Series. And I think that is really what the purpose is, but I don't have the actual numbers for what the Rays received in the most recent years.
And our team has shown that they can spread their budget better.
They seem to be very good at doing
many
that,
other
yes, sir.
teams.
Yeah.
But given what they receive with the revenue sharing and like the TV deals and so forth, and you look at what their expenses are, their payroll and other things, and I know that you haven't seen their books, none of us have seen their books, would you, using your best guess, would you think that they turn a profit every year compared to some of the larger market teams?
I would hope that they would turn a profit, but my best guess is that they're a profitable organization. How profitable, I don't know. They are a small to medium market team, and they do run a very tight ship when it comes to salaries. And I mean, that's only only evidence I have is what you have, is what you read in the newspapers and other media. But I would imagine that they're a profitable business, and I would think that that makes sense. We'd like them to be profitable and run a good business because you want your business partners to be successful, right? And then they are our business partners.
So can I do a brief statement?
Yeah. You want to do it now, or do you want to wait till the questions are asked?
Yeah, I'll wait.
Okay. So then I'm going to go to Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping my voice last. So, we've had this conversation a number of times, but I'm just going to ask the questions again if you all will indulge me. Pinellas County TDT funds cannot be used to build affordable housing. Yes or no?
It cannot.
TDT dollars cannot be used for a grocery store or a daycare center. Yes or
cannot.
no?
No.
TDT dollars are dollars that are derived from tourists that come here and stay in our hotels. And the only time it could probably potentially be derived from a resident is if we chose to go stay at one of the hotels and be taxed.
That's correct.
While the entire acreage of this project is contingent upon the construction of a new stadium and the demolition of the current stadium for the other 63 acres and that development to move forward, is it accurate that Pinellas County does not have any contractual obligations to any of the additional development, which is inclusive of, but not limited to, the museum, a hotel, a conference center, affordable housing, 600 units on site, or market rate housing on site?
No. Only the stadium and the parking garage.
Okay. The parking garage, will that be one level, two levels, or will the Rays continue to utilize lots 1 and the lots west of 16th Street?
So, Don, you can answer it. It's capped in a number, okay?
What's the number?
There's 2 parking garages that have a floor. It's a minimum of 1,200 spaces. There will continue, at least I should say this. The expectation is the Rays will continue to utilize the other lots for parking over time. The idea being, and I'm doing a bit of educated guessing here, but that the parking lots will be, the parking garages will be used to replace the parking within the main lot, which is going to be the footprint where the new stadium will be. Meanwhile, those outer lots, which are in subsequent phases of the city Rays Hines redevelopment plan, those over time will continue to be used for parking until they're taken down ultimately to be redeveloped as a part of later phases. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Mr. Cornwell, during your discussions, communications, negotiations, were there ever any conversations or indications that the Rays would look to move prior to the construction and development of the stadium, or are they bound to remain here throughout the duration of the current contract that they have with Major League Baseball and with the city to be on that site?
No, there's been no discussions that remotely would reflect that. In fact, they're signing a non-relocation agreement that goes forward to stay here after substantial completion of the new stadium for the next 30 years. They're not even allowed to really investigate leaving after that 30-year period until year 25 after substantial completion. And economically...
And that's not 2025, it's 25 years after.
Yes,
I want to make sure that
that's
people
correct.
are clear on that.
25 years after the new stadium is substantially complete. Time to be able to move into it. They don't have time to go build somewhere else.
Right. I'm going to address this question to my attorney because it saddens me when individuals stand there and kind of throw out threats that we're going to sue you for $1 billion if you don't vote the way we would like for you to vote. And so since you are my attorney, I would like to ask you your legal opinion as it relates to any exposure to commissioners regarding any decision that would be made here today related to the construction of the stadium only. That is what we're voting on here today. We are not voting on anything related to the additional 63 acres. We are voting on whether or not we will fund our portion, which is about half of the 700 million that the Rays will be putting forward, plus the 100 million that Major League Baseball will be putting forward. So can you share with us what our legal exposure would be, as Mr. Kent alluded to that?
Well, first off, I'll say thank you for clarifying the narrow scope of what you'll be voting on under this agenda item. That is to allocate $312.5 million of tourist development tax to the construction of the stadium. The construction of the stadium is an allowable expense under the tourist development statutes. I will tell you, you've had countless attorneys look at this. You've had financial advisors look at this. Mr. Abrams has been involved all along, who's got a lot of experience here. I do not see exposure to any of you personally. Can you be sued? Yes. I tell you all that.
Anybody can do
I tell
that.
you all that all the time. Can they sue us? Yes, they can sue you. Anybody can sue you for anything. It doesn't mean they will prevail. And you do have legislative immunity tied to many of the actions that you take, absent some kind of extraordinary circumstance, which I do not see here.
Barry, I don't know, and I apologize if I didn't ask this prior, but it came up today. Currently, with the property that will be the new home to the stadium, that is currently now just the parking lot for persons who are coming, is there any revenue sharing with the county related to that parking lot?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner. I've heard that several.
Yes.
You know, this was a very intentional process that we worked to shift the risk. There's a lot of revenue sharing deals out there, and most of them go wrong at some period in time in the way they're structured. So, for instance, we've pushed all future capital expenses to the team. We've pushed all insurance. We've pushed all the exposure and risk to the team, and they've accepted that as part of this agreement. In turn, they get the revenues. So we're putting in, we're fixing that, and we're shedding that future exposure. I've seen deal after deal where you go out 15, 20 years and they're back renegotiating with a $400, $500, $600, $700 million renovation. This deal's very clear. Every 5 years, we have a CapEx review done by certified engineers and stadium specialists that then look at those future improvements that need to be made. And so they get the revenue, they operate it, they have to maintain it to a certain a Major League Baseball standard that we all agree on. And so that has shifted, and that's the reason we shifted those revenues, but shifted that cost and that future expense.
Okay. Madam Chair, I don't have any additional questions at this time, but I do have several comments that I would like to make, but I will make them as you have requested after everyone has asked their questions. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Scott, and then we'll go to Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one very simple question to get it back in the public record one more time. Who is responsible for cost overruns?
The Rays are.
Thank you.
I like it when they're quick like that. Thank you. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a 38-part question.
Okay, here.
No, a lot of the questions have been asked, but I did want to go into a little bit more detail on Commissioner Flowers' question, because I think this is really an interesting part, because we look at stadium deals around the country and we try and compare apples to apples, and it never really works out as far as who's paying for what and who's got responsibility. So you talked about moving that risk from the city and county over to the team, but can you get, and if it's you or someone from the team or the city, actually get into some of those numbers about sharing what those costs are of the operation, of the law enforcement, of the insurance, of the capital improvements, just so we can get an idea of what that actual dollar number is?
Well, I can speak to some. Certainly, representatives of the city can certainly speak to any of these, and please feel free to come on up. So, for instance, they can talk about some of their expenses. The CapEx is a huge deal because even if you look around the league, and whatever league, basketball, football, there really aren't a lot of standards that are set out there. This will be one of the first where we've established that 5-year review and to where we make sure our stadium stays in a good state of repair, to where we're not in the future trying to renegotiate something that we put dollars in, to help create. And so that is setting I think kind of a new standard. I'll go to James, let him talk really about some of these expenses that the city has tried to use with the current ticket tax that they have.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm James Corbett, City Development Administrator for the City of St. Petersburg. Pleasure to be here. To answer the question about the profit sharing, currently we do receive a portion of the naming rights, and we also receive a portion of the ticket tax. And it was mentioned earlier by a previous speaker that in our current deal, we have an opportunity to share in the profits. And I would say that is not correct, because a profit means in excess of your expenses. Currently, we subsidize the stadium approximately $1.7 million per year, and that's with collecting a portion of the ticket tax and naming rights. Under the new agreement, we would shed all of the responsibility. While we wouldn't share in the revenue, as Mr. Administrator Burton mentioned previously, all the expenses related to CapEx, insurance, are shifted to the raise, and we are out of the subsidy business. We only will be covering a portion of the traffic management, which is an improvement from the current deal.
And there was I think Brian actually brought this up the other day. It was how much over the next 30 years in insurance? $250 million over the 30 years, because what is currently covering the stadium is going to be more when they move in. And so that over the next 30 years is added up to way over $200 million, just in that alone.
Thank you very much.
Oh, while he's up there, I'd make a quick one. We got
Yes,
Commissioner
just
Eggers
quick.
is waiting. Sure.
Previously, when I served on city council, the city did not get a portion of its funds from all ticket holders, season ticket holders, et cetera. They only got, and I think we only got like 75 cents on each turnstile. So every time a person visited a game. So if you were a season ticket holder and you didn't come, we didn't get that money, which those funds went into an account that then paid for the maintenance and upgrades for the ADA upgrades and things like that. So with what you just said, all of that, as you're sharing, is now shifted completely over. So the city won't have that account, if you will, for any maintenance or upgrades or ADA compliance type things. All of that now gets shifted over to the raise.
Correct. And part of the reason why we structured the deal was we're now trying to account for it. Essentially, what we're doing right now is we're taking a portion of revenue, trying to account for it, and then we're turning around and giving it right back to them, and then some. We're now removing ourselves from that process.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Eggers.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for accommodating me today. I'm hanging in there, and we'll try to get my questions and listen to all of you as we get through this discussion. I think it's extremely important. And first of all, I wanted to commend our team, the city team, and the team itself for the effort that has been made over the last months, I'll say, in structuring the component of this deal. If somebody could take a look at all of the agreements and how they are interrelated, it's just amazing. So I just wanted to, I'm not going to get into a whole lot of comments, but I just wanted to say thank you for that. That's a big deal. And Commissioner Latvala actually opened up the concern now that I have. So I was concerned a little bit about the monies for the beaches. I mentioned the opportunity cost of perhaps later the state changing what we can use TDT funds for. But I'd like just to talk, if Don, you could just talk again about that issue that you raised, or not that you raised, but that Commissioner Latvala raised about, well, what happens if the state decides that, we're going to stop TDT funding? We appreciate all the efforts that are being made, but we think enough is enough. And certainly there's been, some indications, not specifically to this, but trying to make sure that we control costs a little bit more locally in their opinion. So just talk a little bit more to that first, if you would.
I'll take a stab at that. What I think you're asking is what would happen as far as if the state were to change. Obviously, like I said before, and we have with us here today, we have representatives from Bryant, Miller, and Olive, our bond counsel, who have experience looking at how these flows of funds from revenue sources are ultimately used to support bond repayments. And typically what you see in these kinds of things where a legislature changes something going forward is that already issued debt is left on the stand and is left reflective of, is respected, I'm sorry, the wrong word there, is respected in going forward. Part of the reason for that is these bond deals represent an agreement and a contract, and there's some contract clause kind of arguments. But the county's commitment is with respect to the bonds you're being looked at today, are purely tourist development tax dollars. There are no other dollars being pledged towards those bond payments. If that anecdotal past evidence ceases to be true going forward and the legislature were to say, we're just simply saying no more levy of a tourist development tax period, you just can't do it, at that point, then the county would have options. We could either just simply not pay the bonds altogether because we'd have no legal obligation to do that, and there'd be no recourse for the bond holders as to the county, perhaps against the legislature. But as to changes in uses, I would be wildly speculating as to what those might be in the future.
Okay.
The likely scenario is if they would change a use, and that would be going forward, okay?
Yeah,
that
was a different question.
Yeah.
We can opine about that. It's just something that we've always been told, well, we can't use these dollars for A, B, C, D, E, and F, and yet there might be that door opening, and so there's an opportunity that we might lose on, say, infrastructure on Gulf Boulevard, for instance, which is tourist heavy. We necessarily can't use that money for that now, but maybe in the future we could. So that was that issue. The other one was the one that Commissioner Latvala raised, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Flowers made a comment about what we're doing here today is voting on, narrowing the scope on what we're voting on. But the last thing, oh great, my battery's about to go out, so I'm going to have to switch my computer, and I'll get back to you. I'm sorry about that, and I don't know how that happened so quickly. So I apologize, and I'll get back to you as quickly as I can, Commissioner.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to Commissioner Scott then.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief. So Don, you pretty well already answered this, but I just want to ask the question in a little different way. Is there any legal obligation, any legal scenario where this would become general fund debt?
No. And I'll answer it real quick because you said so. Remember, we had this discussion because there was different scenarios, and the board was very clear about no general fund debt and general obligation, and however you structure that. So we tied this strictly back to the TDC funds.
And let me cut that a little closer. He said two things. One is general fund, the other is general obligation. Neither of those things will become pledged for your debt. General obligation requires a referendum. These are revenue bonds only. They're purely based on the revenue from the tourist development tax, and that is the only thing committed.
Got it. I appreciate that very much. And just for the record, again, I want to say one more time that TDC funds do not benefit our residents. We can't pave roads with them. We can't fund the sheriff with them. We can't hire firefighters with them. We can't even hire lifeguards with the darn thing. So it's so incredibly restricted, but the money that we will get back by investing in this is general fund dollars that we can use for any government purpose. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see Commissioner Eggers back, and he has questions. I think we're at the point of comments. Oh, Commissioner Long, we haven't heard from you yet.
I'm listening. That's why you haven't heard from me. So I just wanted for clarification that I have my figures right. So my understanding, there were several constituents from St. Pete that got up there and talked about their taxes going up. We're not taxing the city of St. Pete residents, right?
Oh,
And number two,
well.
The on-
The only thing is the CRA, we're extending the city's portion of
Right.
the CRA for 10 years.
right. And then, but number two, I wanted to make sure that my understanding was correct, because it's accurate, isn't it, that the county is poised to receive approximately $415 million of new money from this deal?
It's actually greater than that. I think the number, well, and if you look in total with all the different taxing jurisdictions, it's over $1 billion. But new growth coming out of that's about $800 million.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify.
Commissioner Eggers is back. Do you want to continue your questions?
Is he signing?
Sure, and I apologize for that. Give it another try here. Let me get my notes up. So Commissioner Flowers made the comment that we are narrowly focused on what we're voting on today. And yet, you know, as far, the last time that we all know that St. Petersburg, the last time I checked, was a part of Pinellas County. And my concerns kind of bleed a little bit into the development deal because of the way the breakdown is, for the payment of the stadium is set up. If the stadium was being paid 100% by the team, and there's arguments for that. There's arguments that they should pay for the whole capital, getting all the revenue, and they're making money, and then they get all the development rights as well. So my question is a little bit about the appraisal. How long would it take to get another appraisal done under the same premise that was done on the appraisal that we're basing all of these numbers around? How long would it take to get an appraisal done?
I can't answer that. This was really done by the city. I'd welcome if they choose to answer that.
I would say, based on timelines that we are experiencing now, I would say probably 30 to 60 days for another appraisal, if one were to be requested. We don't have any intent on ordering a new appraisal.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that, okay. All right, I just want to make sure that's doable as well, and I think that can be, we can set up, the premise right now from where we're starting the land valuation at 279 million, it's down to 100 million, 105 million, whatever it is. If the number comes in higher, you can still, what I'm saying is the pieces are all in place. The deal has been structured, all the agreements are in place. It's simply about the nature of the deal itself. And, and if the number comes back in and it's the same thing, I think we can rest assured that at least we're doing what's right for the property that we have. But as it's structured now, make sure I'm clear, that property is only going to be paid for as the property is taken down. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I'll let, okay, yes. Yes.
Was that yes?
That's a yes.
Okay. All right. I mean,
You may want to go up there and kind of hang out.
Commissioner, that is correct. We have a guaranteed minimum payment of $50.4 million in the first 12 years, but the property will be paid for as the parcels are taken down. That is correct.
And how much additional land value is in the minimal purchase, or not the target, but the minimum purchase? How many more dollars in addition to the 50.4 million would be realized in the minimum?
So the total purchase price is approximately $105 million for all parcels.
Right. 50 million up front. how much of the balance of that 55 million is in the minimum target?
The land purchase price is not tied to the development. It's based on the parcels. And it's
Right.
not an upfront 50 million. It's a guaranteed land payment of $50.4 million in the first 12 years, regardless of the speed of which they take down the parcels. So if they, for example, don't acquire the parcels as quickly as necessary to be required to pay the $50.4 million in the first 12 years, they still have to pay that $50.4 million in that first 12 years, regardless of the actual development. So the balance would be approximately 55 million over the term.
Yeah, I understand. And I know that they're tied to the parcels that they take down. And the parcels that they take down, some of them are in the minimum target area as well. Nonetheless, it seems to me that if the price is set up front, that whatever that number is, 280 million, that's a concern. And what they're deducting for, I see that you also, in that deduction, if I'm not mistaken, you deducted their amount of infrastructure contribution, correct?
So I believe you're looking at a slide that
I'm looking at a sheet that talks about how they arrived at the 105 million. And there's certain deductions on there: open space area, affordable housing, museum, intentional equity, infrastructure contribution.
So that sheet is not an indication of how we arrived at the amount. The sheet was simply just trying to illustrate why the property would not be sold for the appraised value. So the appraised value represents highest and best use, which typically in a downtown core would be multifamily, a lot of what we have right now, which is high-rise market rate residential. So what we were attempting to do there is to show that we did not anticipate that we would get full market value. That was not the intent. We were simply showing that based on the use of the land, there would be deductions from the market value. So for example, a developer, right now we have a minimum of 12 acres of open space. The required amount is 5% of the land. So this exceeds what the minimum is. It would be conceivable if they were to pay market value, they would do the minimum amount of open space. So what you're looking at is just simply an attempt to explain why we would not expect to get full market value because of the things that were originally included in the RFP, which were, office space, the museum, the community benefits. All of those things would affect what any developer would be willing to pay for the land.
So that number that you settled on then is a negotiated amount between you and the team?
The number that we settled on is based on all the factors, and that was agreed upon amount based on the structure of the entire deal.
Not having anything to do with the things that I mentioned?
Everything was considered, but it's not a direct, we're not taking off a specific amount because of the 12 acres of open space, or we're not taking off a specific amount because of the workforce and affordable housing, but we are basically trying to show that all of those things would affect the value that any developer would pay for the land.
Okay, that's all I have for right now. I wanted to address the TDT funding, which we talked a little bit about, and I do have concerns about that. I also have concerns about this as it relates to being an equitable deal, a fair deal that's on the table for consideration. So there may be some other questions that I listen to colleagues and how they give their comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? So I know you all have statements that I think would be helpful in discussion maybe after we entertain a motion. So I would look to entertain a motion. So we have a motion by Commissioner Flowers. Do we have a second? We have a second by Commissioner Long. So now I want to open up for discussion. I know Christopher Latvala, you said you had a statement. Do you want to do that now? Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As anybody who knows me knows that I love baseball, and the Rays are my team. I remember exactly where I was when the Devil Rays were announced as an expansion team. I still remember, like a lot of people did, the first game I attended in 1998. Back in those days, the heroes of the day were Dave Martinez, Quentin McCracken, and the crime dog, Fred McGriff. Then I'll get to Wade Boggs in a second. Then there was the hit show experiment. My dad and I were so excited because we thought we may be able to attend the game where Wade Boggs would hit his 3,000th hit. Instead, he hit a home run the day before we had tickets to the game that we had tickets to. But we did get to see Wade Boggs hit his 3,001st hit. The Lou Piniella, Scott Kazmir, and Toby Hall years helped usher in a new time and new ownership, one that brought with it the brightest minds in baseball. Evan Longoria, B.J. Upton, Carl Crawford, and David Price gave us an unforgettable 2008 season that brought our first pennant. I remember going to games that year and expecting the Rays to go on a losing skid like they always would do, but the genius of Joe Madden made sure that that never happened. We won't talk about the rainy October night that year in Philadelphia. A few years later, Dan Johnson and Evan Longoria gave us a Game 162 and a Wednesday night that I and other Rays fans will never forget. A game in Baltimore that night also had a hand in it. More recently, fan favorites Randy Arozarena, Brett Phillips, and others have given us countless memories, including another trip to the World Series. My favorite Rays memory of all, though, was last year on April 1st, 2023. I had similar nerves that day as I did going to Game 2 of the 2008 World Series. But that game was just the second game of the season. But shortly before I left my house, I proposed to my now wife. We celebrated our engagement at the Rays game. Baseball has a rich tradition in Pinellas County, whether it is spring training, which has called our area home for over 100 years, or even the Senior Professional Baseball League of the 1980s and early 90s that some may remember. I want professional baseball to stay here. I want the Rays to stay here, but at what price? If we were able to spread our $312 million over the course of a decade or two, I may be a yes. By paying it all up front, we will be financing our portion at a cost of about $615 million. That will be a little over $20 million a year over the next 30 years. When all is said and done, this will be a $1 billion publicly funded subsidy to a billionaire. I am not willing to put my name on that. When you factor in uncertainty of beach nourishment, as we discussed, and future storms, that risk becomes even greater. If FEMA and the Army Corps pays for beach nourishment like they should be, that is a different story. I love baseball and I hate going to the beach. When it comes to our, just ask my wife. When it comes to our tourists, though, I am in the minority. Our beaches drive our tourism. Thousands of jobs and families depend on that white sand. The TDT is for tourism projects. Attendance is not going to drastically rise once the stadium is built. Maybe it will for a year or two. More people may go downtown as a result of the surrounding development. That development and the deal the Rays are getting is the only reason why they are not talking about going somewhere else. That and other places like Tampa, Charlotte, and Nashville do not have the public money to give them like we do. Speaking of that surrounding development, nothing prohibits the Rays from selling off their part of the development partnership the moment that this deal is approved. Nothing prohibits them from flipping pieces of the development today or in years from now when they buy those parcels at today's prices, as Commissioner Eggers has just pointed out. All of those prices are already deeply discounted. Some will disagree, and that is fine, but I do not believe that this is adequate use of tax dollars or public funds. I believe and I hope a new deal can be struck that gives better protections to both the taxpayers of St. Petersburg and Pinellas County while also ensuring the Rays stay here for decades to come.
Is that it? Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to ask.
Oh, wait. Do you mind if I wait just one second?
Sure.
Don, you said you had a comment you wanted to make.
Yeah,
I apologize, Commissioner Flowers.
Sorry to interrupt the comments.
No,
We
no
could have done that
problem.
at the end. But what I was asking, what I would like to ask, and I mentioned this at the workshop, that the motion include authority for the county attorney to make non-substantive changes to the documents prior to execution, should we find any more nits in
My
there.
motion would include scrivener's errors and non-substantive
And with the
changes.
seconder
Yes,
agree? Okay.
I'm fine with that,
Thank you.
too.
Okay. Thank you for that technical clarification. And then Commissioner Flowers, I apologize for the interruption.
Oh, no, no problem. Bear with me, so I appreciate it. The first thing I want to say is, and I'm not sure about Trini and Aretha, but I believe in this room, out of all the people in this room, it would be Mayor Welch and myself, whose families all are the only ones that lost anything related to the original deal back in the 70s when it came to what we're terming as the gas plant district. My family owned 3 businesses, and I know the Welch family had their lumber yard. I also recall very vividly all of the conversations in 1977 when it was the Sports Authority that was constructing a deal and conversations with leadership with the city of St. Petersburg in order to purchase the property. And if you all recall, initially, a baseball stadium was not a part of that original deal. That came later. I also recall that there was, in fact, a referendum by the residents in the city of St. Petersburg, and there were people like Garnell Jenkins, if you remember her. She was the president of the NAACP for what seemed like an eternity, but she was a very strong leader with the NAACP. But she and many others attempted to negotiate with the city to assure that minority businesses and those of us that lived in what we call South St. Pete reap the benefits of whatever was going to happen with the stadium. Once we saw that the train had left the track, then the conversations became, what can we ascertain for our community as a result of that deal? The original owners of the baseball franchise was Vince Namoli. Very heavy-handed gentleman. It was his way or no way, and that made for a lot of concerns, even when I got on City Council when it came to how the deals were being worked with revenue sharing, which was why I brought up the question that I brought up. It would have been nice if some of this concern that has been generated about the concern of Black people, it would have been nice if that had been the conversation back then. Because we would have not only received fair market value for the properties that were purchased, some were purchased, and some were eminent domain. However, the city had already determined and called this area blighted and impoverished. And that is how they were able to reduce the cost to purchase the properties for the ones that were not under eminent domain. So I imagine, and I said this to somebody the other day, I wonder where my family would be if, in fact, we were paid the fair value of our properties, plus interest over time, and escalation rates. We'd be millionaires right now. But that didn't happen. And that property sat vacant for years. No issues, no concerns, no hands raised to my community about what we lost with that property sitting vacant for all of those years. So I just had to kind of put that out there. One young person talked about what we could get or what we would be losing. No one knows what's going to happen 1, 5, 10, 30 years from now except God, and I know I'm not him. But no one knows what's going to happen financially with anything, with any deal. So I'm not going to make my decisions based on that. I'm going to make my decisions based on facts. I'm appreciative of Lisette Hanowitz's comments. I watched the presentation in between my meetings with staff that day. I ran back to my office to actually watch the conversation. And she made some good points, but I want you all to remember that she sent the proposal to Tax Watch. And Tax Watch did say, and I quote, "The raised stadium plan is fair and reasonable." And yes, they gave 2 potential areas where they saw that additional focus could be paid so that there would be benefits coming back to the community. For our side, which is why I asked the questions up front, for our side, I do believe that we have made every determination to assure that benefits came back to the residents for our side. I also want to share that while she made that presentation and while she's presenting her information, the attorneys for the city disagreed with some of the things that she was saying as it relates to the benefits or lack thereof for the city of St. Petersburg. The concerns that have been noted primarily here today are in regards to the 63 acres. And at times, it seems like when one concern has been addressed, then there's a jump to another concern and a jump. So in my opinion, it seems like for some, not everybody, it doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't even matter if this plan was completely changed, they would still be opposed to it. That's just my interpretation. That's not everybody's. The Southern Poverty Law Center concern was raised by Brother John Muhammad during their presentation, and there was some ambiguity as it relates to the follow-up for the Southern Poverty Law Center. Again, I am stressing, the Southern Poverty Law Center did talk about eminent domain, but not all of those properties were taken by eminent domain. They were actually sold at a lesser value, but they were sold. I've already shared that the TD funds cannot be given to the city of St. Pete for infrastructure and flooding in Snell Isle. It cannot be used for affordable housing. It cannot be used for small and minority business development. The funds that we are extrapolating cannot be used for those services. Okay, that must be Jesus calling. What I will say, and I believe the question was asked when we had our workshop, was whether or not we had to bond the full 300 million plus. And I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the response was we could put cash up front for some and we could bond some. We did not necessarily have to bond the whole amount. Is that correct?
You have to issue the 312,500. The next day you could pay that down.
Pay that back, okay. So I just wanted to make sure that that information was going out appropriately. Sitting as an undeveloped piece of land and a parking lot only did absolutely nothing for my community, absolutely nothing. Initially, prior to the current ownership, when the stadium was built, there were promises of full-time jobs. And initially, those full-time jobs were in fact created, and part-time jobs for the concession stand areas. Over time, again, prior to the current ownership, those jobs were depleted to part-time and then contractual staff. One of the things that we have continuously addressed or tried to address is the ability for small minority and women-owned businesses to have an opportunity to not only participate, but to benefit from the construction and development and the growth and development in the city of St. Petersburg. For this construction development property, we're talking about over 30 years where this could make a true difference in the meaningful lives of people that reside in South St. Petersburg. Just last week, I was at an economic development function in Dunedin. Small minority and women-owned businesses were present. When I talked about the potential for this deal, ears started percolating and conversations started to be had about what it would mean for their business to be able to log on, not only as a subprime, but as a potential prime on this project. There was a comment made about the other projects and whether or not they had housing in their plans. I want to remind you that the Sugar Hill project and the project that was based with its developers out of Miami, both of those projects had affordable housing, and if I'm not mistaken, Sugar Hill increased their affordable housing on this same development up to 2,500 units. So back then, under Mayor Kreisman's leadership, when there were 4 or 5 potential developers that were vying for this project, there were people from the community, and some of those people are ones who are now saying no to this development, but they said yes to those potential proposals that were offering up the same thing, the very same type of forethought for the 63 acres. So that begs me to wonder, Why is it such a concern now that, and those were all millionaires. They were all millionaires. They were not people like me that's, praying for a miracle on the next payday. But it begs me the question, why is it that this is a concern when those projects, depending on who served or who was championing one of those projects, whether they won or not, these questions were not being asked of them. This has been 24 years. Mr. Boland said 20-something years, but it's been 24 years plus that we have gotten almost to the finish line but can't ever get across. And every time we've gotten to the finish line but couldn't get across, that property sits vacant. There is no development on it, and there is no forward movement on it until we bring up the conversation again. And I, having been born and raised in St. Pete, I'll be 60 years old in October. This all started when I was around 18. So to look at the number of years that we have not benefited from something that we lost a lot from, and to say, well, let's kind of go back to the drawing board, I'm just not really ready or willing to do that, or to continue to keep doing that. We have an opportunity to not only fulfill the promises on that property, but to also look at the gateway, which is 16th Street, to look at the gateway, which is 9th Street, because currently, when people go to the game, they get off on the 28th Street exit, they go down 5th Avenue, they go to the stadium, and then they come back. That dollar value is not being pulled or drawn down 16th Street or 9th Street, which are two major corridors within the community, nor is it accessing 22nd Street, which has been developed up to the 5th Avenue property, the Horace construction development, which will be 27 townhomes, but not further down to connect 18th Avenue. This is the way to fulfill the promises to the African-American community that have not been fulfilled for at least 24 years. Is everything that everybody wants going to be a part of this deal? No, it is not. Barry, thank you so very much, because I know when we talked about naming rights and whether or not the county would be able to benefit from having information behind the bases so that people could see where we are. I said absolutely not. I don't need a patch on somebody's shoulder running around a base that I can't see, but I can use something that people can see underneath that scoreboard. The $1 million that we'll get back after the first 5 years, I appreciate that, because that will come back to us. The funds, as Commissioner Brian Scott has talked about, those dollars will come back into general revenue, and then the county can make decisions. The commissioners or whomever will be seated here can make decisions about where those funds will be utilized moving forward. Lastly, I'll say this. Because the county handles unincorporated parts of the county, and then those municipalities have their own government structure, our dollars are not utilized to take care of sidewalk projects and some of the things that individuals have stated where we could be using TDT money instead of. Our dollars cannot be used in that area. Nor do I think it should be. Our dollars should be used in the unincorporated parts of the community to take care of the things that they have said that they want, that the residents in the unincorporated parts want. So I've had an opportunity. I've been called a lot of names, not so nice, and then I've been called some nice names, and I appreciate that. And I take the negative, names, because this is a very emotional issue for some people. We received 120 emails here of support, and those that are opposed is 44. That's what's been sent in to us. I had my administrative aide print those all out. That does not, I think, adequately cover all of the residents who have weighed in at the community meetings, at the town halls. Anyone that says that this has not been a transparent process, I would beg to differ with you, because it has been. I have not spoken. I have not given my support to any side, because I wanted to have all of the information made available for me before I made my decision. But I feel like my decision today as a yes vote is a complete decision based on a complex contractual agreement. I appreciate the information that you provided, because I don't have billions of dollars to be sued, but I will tell you that any decision that I make, I make the decision based on fact. I can't make it based on emotion. If I did it based off of emotion, I would say I need all of the baseball surrogates to pay back those of us that lost immensely in order for this stadium to ever be built. The community voted for a stadium back in 1977. It got a baseball team. I think a part of my responsibility is to make sure that that team is successful while they are here and to make sure that the community can benefit. And I think 30 years of economic development, 30 years of employment, and not just $7-hour jobs, but jobs that pay above a living wage so that people can take care of their families, I believe that that certainly, for me, in my eyes, is a strong indicator that it will help the community in which the stadium currently sits and in which they will live. I have additional comments when we get to the in-town redevelopment piece, but that is my indicator if you are looking to see where we're headed. I support what's been presented to us, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Long and then Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments will be very brief because I don't want to repeat what's already been said. And on top of everything that Commissioner Dr. Flowers has just articulated so well, to me, I have just a few comments I would like to, they're comments rather than questions or a summary. But to me, this is so much more than a baseball stadium. It is poised to become, if we do it right, a world-class tourist destination and the largest economic opportunity for the entire Tampa Bay region that has ever been put forth in our region. In fact, probably throughout the state of Florida. This vote we are poised to take today is more than about a baseball stadium. It is a transformational, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that isn't just for us sitting here today. It is for our future generations. And since I am the proud great-grandmother of a 3-year-old little boy and about to become another great-grandmother to a new baby boy in October, I feel so comfortable taking a yes vote on this vote that we're going to have today. I just would like to reiterate one more time that according to all of the numbers that we've been talking about, this project will return $415 million in new revenue to our county and $1.4 billion of new money over 30 years. I don't know about you, but to me, that is an awful lot of opportunity to say no to. So I am a heartfelt, warm, enthusiastic yes vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Long. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wasn't really prepared, and I don't have a nice long speech or remarks like some of our colleagues. Matt, I do remember exactly where I was when we theoretically were going to have the Giants move here. I walked into Harvey's on 4th Street, and there was a celebration like none other in St. Pete, and it was an example of some of the specialness that sports can do to unify a community. I've never forgotten that moment as far as how it brought people together. I think there are, with any kind of deal this size, you're going to have some things that you love and things that you hate. I do like the things that we talked about specifically earlier about the revenue sharing as far as sliding the risk over to the other side of the ledger. That capital part, that maintenance part is so important. We've seen in our own community where we had a facility locally that did not do that. And we ended up paying a disproportionate amount in order to make up that in a city in Pinellas County. But really what I wanted to do tonight right now is simply say thank you. Barry, I want to thank you for the hours of work that are above and beyond county administrator time. Don Crowell and our entire county attorney's office, our economic development folks, Mayor Welch and Rob Gertis and your team, all the time that was put in, the city staff. I want to thank the St. Pete City Council, the 3 members that voted no, and the 5 members that voted yes, Democrat and Republican, on both sides of that equation. We got letters of support from organizations like businesses and community organizations, the NAACP. We got letters of support from Democrats and Republicans, again, Mayor Welch, Mayor Castor, and Mayor Rector. But I also want to thank the 100,000 folks in Pinellas County that do tourism every single day to make this an incredible place to visit. And I want to thank the tourists that come here. They provide this money that allows us these opportunities to invest in our community in quality of life projects. The legislature has designed this tax and what it is allowed to be used for. It is specifically designed, and we have talked about it with the legislature every single year I have been here about opening it or what can we use it for. And every single time, with one exception, they have not done that. This is what it is allowed for marketing our destination, for investing in our beaches, and investing in certain capital programs and facilities that enhance not only tourism, but the quality of life for our residents. And we have done that. Our commission that I've been on and commissions before me, we have invested in museums, in aquariums, in performing arts centers. We have invested cultural institutions. These facilities benefit those tourists, but they also benefit our quality of life. And also our tourists, we shouldn't forget, they pay about 1/3 of our penny for Pinellas tax. So our tourists invest in our affordable housing, our bridges, our roads, our parks, our community centers. So this is a huge deal for Pinellas County. It's a huge deal for St. Pete and a huge deal for Tampa Bay. And I just want to thank everyone who's been involved to get us to this point tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Justice. I'm going to jump to Dave Eggers. Commissioner Eggers?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to say thank you to my colleagues for some of the comments they made, Commissioner Latvala, Commissioner Flowers, all of you that have spoken, Commissioner Justice, Commissioner Long, so far, and others to still speak. This is a huge deal for our county. It's huge for City of St. Petersburg. It's huge for us, and regardless, even if we're focusing just on the stadium, it's a huge deal. And so I you know, what we're doing today, it does take a lot of reflection. You listen to a lot of the comments that were made at the St. Pete Council, and whether for or against, they were perfectly stated, whether they were talking about the stadium, whether we're talking about the development piece of this. And, you know, I think every issue was probably talked about and discussed. And I got to tell you, I think I'm as big a baseball fan as there is, and love all that it does for our community. You know, sports in general do a lot for our community, for sure. To simplify things for me, I think we're undervaluing the assets that we have. And I think that's untruthful. I think the deal for the stadium, the Rays should be paying a larger piece of that. I think that does a couple of things. It gives them incentive to get the development going because that's where they're going to make more money. It gives them incentive to stay around and be a part of it because we like the team that is here and doing work together. But I'd like to see more of a buy down. I'd like to see them buy in more on that $1.3 billion stadium. I think that's the way to do it. Then we don't have to get into the appraisal. We don't have to get into all of that stuff, although I think that is a key component that we should review as well. But to me, if you want to focus it just on the stadium and the use of funds, I'm not going to support this deal. I'm going to support the effort of trying to bring a deal to the table and would encourage, you know, just like their operations people, they tend to take, they have a decent team put together. They take 4 or 5 steps back this past 2 weeks as an example, in the hopes that down the road, they're going to have a better product and a better development and a better package. I think that's what you need to do. Just take a pause. 30-day pause is all we're talking about. Come back in 30 days. Think about what you can do to make this deal better, that it brings the community together a little bit more, that provides a little less debt from this county, a little less debt from the city, to be used in other areas. I mean, we had some great speakers today. I made note of a couple of them that I just thought were just outstanding. And I wish I could find the person who I really thought was just great. But in any event, I just think that there's so many needs that we have that if we can relieve some of those pressures by having less debt at the city, then I think that would be helpful, which means taking on a little bit more of the stadium cost instead of, the 700 million, upping that ante significantly to make it a real incentive for them to want to stay, want to get the developments going, and squeezing every penny that they can get out of the development. So they're getting a stadium with all the revenues, and I know that there's expenses and risk associated with it, but they're going to be doing well. And then they're going to get all of the revenue from the development. So it just seems to me that they could do it a little bit better on the stadium portion of that. And I would like to see them consider that and come back in 30 days and take another vote. So for this vote tonight, I'm going to vote against it. And again, thank you for all of the different entities pulling together and putting the framework that at least we can have a good, sound discussion about what the meat of that framework. And I think they can do just a little bit better on that. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody's comments for sure. This is it's a huge deal. It's a huge decision. Probably going to be the largest vote that I'll ever take as a county commissioner, and probably the largest many of us will ever take as a county commissioner. For the last month, this has been absolutely consuming the space between my ears. I go to bed thinking about it. I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it, and I get up in the morning thinking about it. So for me, there's three boxes that this needs to check. The first one is financial box. The second one is accountability and risk box, and then the last one is benefits to the community. So I'll start with the financial aspect of it. So I had sent all of you yesterday afternoon a spreadsheet that I had put together, kind of doing my own analysis of the financial aspects of this deal. And we have three economic impact numbers out there that we've talked about. We've got the HRNA, the full development, the HRNA report of the minimum required development, and then the Victus report, which is the most conservative one. So that's really the one that I focused on the most because that's the way I do it in my business, right? So looking at the net revenue from each one of those scenarios, and then I put that with 10 different funding scenarios just to see how it penciled out. And for me, it just has to be able to cash flow. What's the return on investment to the county? And looking at the most conservative aspect here, the Victus report that would bring net new revenue to the county, and I'm talking just the county. I'm not talking school board, I'm not talking PST, I'm not talking any other taxing authority, I'm not talking jobs created or anything, I'm just looking at net new revenue back to the county. The only scenario where the county doesn't positively get a return on investment is if we financed 100% of the $312.5 million for 30 years and didn't pay any of it off. In that scenario, we would have negative return on investment of just under 4%. But every scenario after that, you put $25 million down or $50 million down or $75 million paid in cash, the picture gets better and better and better and better. And the average of all of those 10 different scenarios return is about just under 15%. My gut tells me that's about where this is probably going to fall at the end of the day, and just with my business experience. And that's on just the most conservative aspect of this. So from a cash flow perspective, a financial perspective, this checks the box for me. And I'm going to certainly push that we pay for as much of this in cash as we possibly can. When it comes down to the accountability and risk management aspect of it, I don't like every aspect of this deal. I don't like the fact that the $25 million lease payment stays flat and is not inflation adjusted. I don't like the fact that the interest on our escrow account is going to go for the project. I'd rather that comes back to us. And I wasn't happy about the use of the CRA funds, but we've got that situated, it appears, and I want to thank Barry and the Rays and the city for coming together on that. But there's a lot of things I do like about it. I mean, the Rays are responsible for all cost overruns. They have to fund up the CapEx. There's 2030 deadline for phase one completion. And if they're not doing the things that need to be done, there's restrictions on, you know, they don't have to sell the rest of the land to them. So there's opportunities here to hold Rays Hines accountable. And there's also significant risk being taken by Rays, Hines, and MLB. I mean, they're in this for hundreds of millions of dollars as well. On the benefits back to the community, I think that's the one area that I don't think we've really done a great job on. And there were two speakers today that said, you know, hey, what is in this for me? And one of the speakers pointed out that there's nothing in here. The city has requirements for small business, but the county doesn't. So I think that's something that we need to work on. And I'm just going to ask my fellow commissioners as we go forward that we work collaboratively on that and do a better job at defining how this is going to benefit the communities. But at the end of the day, there's no big project that you do in life, personally or professionally, that is risk-free. I don't care what it is. You're buying your first car, your first house, getting married, whatever it is, right? There's risk involved, right? You do the research, you run your numbers, you do your gut checks, and you finally have to make a decision of no or no go, and you have to make a leap of faith. And there's no guarantees in any of that stuff. I feel pretty good about this one, and I'm prepared to take that leap of faith.
Commissioner Long has a follow-up.
Yes, Madam Chair, I do, because I neglected to talk about or end my comments with regard to the fact that no one has mentioned what the Rays give back to the community. And I think that's significant for folks to pay attention to a little bit at least, because their generosity and philanthropy in our community pours millions of dollars into our youth. And for me, that is something I absolutely appreciate and don't know what we would do without that for our kids, which in my mind is one of the reasons why we're all here today, aren't we? To do something for our young people and our generations yet to come. So I want the Rays who are sitting here today to know how much I appreciate that, how meaningful I think it is to our community, and how much I know my own grandchildren have benefited and just loved being at the Rays games. So thank you, all of you who are sitting there.
Okay, are there any further comments, discussion, or questions? I'm not seeing any. Commissioner Eggers, do you have any other further comments or questions? I don't see your hand up, but I want to confirm.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Flowers, you may absolutely ask a question.
Did we have any numbers as it relates to what the generated revenue would be from this development on that site for taxes that would be paid and then come and go back to the community?
Well, there is a chart that I can pull it up and talk through it, but that's, when you generate all the different taxes, that generates over $1 billion. That's
Over $1 billion.
That's a reference,
Yeah.
but to the different taxing bodies.
Right. Excuse me. And while it is true that there are some questions about the actual valuations of the land, the development, the construction of the development will be paid predominantly by the developer.
Correct.
Okay. So, because there was a comment about us paying, not us, but the city paying for that development, and it's the developer that's really paying for the development, but then the taxes.
Except for some infrastructure, it's
Right.
paid by the developer.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, any further questions or discussion? If not, I would ask that the clerk pull up the voting card and commissioners vote. And Brian, Commissioner Scott, you're right, this is a big decision that we're making. Okay, we're missing Commissioner Long. We got you. Who are we missing now?
And I'm a no.
Commissioner Eggers, and you're a no. So that passes 5-2. And congratulations to the city and to the Rays with all the hard work you just did. That the county is with you and we're moving forward. I'm going to ask for a 30-minute break.
There is food here for commissioners because we do have a 6 o'clock public hearing.
Okay,
in
so
the back.
there is food in the back if you want to come. And we will resume in 30 minutes. So we'll see you back here prior to 5:30. Thank you. on to agenda item number 21. Before we get started, Barry, Dave said he wasn't feeling good. He's getting a fever. I don't know if he's coming back.
Okay.
So we're waiting to hear back from him, but he may not be coming back. So if you want to go ahead to 21, I'll just keep watching for him.
All right. Item number 21 is an MSTU for the Kiwanis Breakfast Club of Seminole for a family fun fishing trailer for $9,834.
Move approval.
Commissioner Eggers is here. So we have a motion and a second. Did you get the names? Wonderful. So if the clerk could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote.
I'm a yes.
And Commissioner Eggers is a yes. And that passes unanimously. Number 22.
This is our annual $4.50 passenger facility charge for the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport.
I saw Tom waited throughout that whole thing. There he is again. I saw you patiently waiting. Commissioner Flowers has a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Justice. If we could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. Commissioner Eggers is a yes. And that passes unanimous. Number 23.
Item 23 is a First Amendment to an agreement with Creative Contractors for construction manager at risk services for the jail secure entry project. This sets a guaranteed maximum price as delineated in your packet.
Okay. We got a motion by Commissioner Flowers, a second by Commissioner Long. Any questions or discussion? Okay, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards, commissioners vote. Commissioner Eggers?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That is passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 24.
It's an agreement with 6th Judicial Circuit for the Drug Court Expansion Program.
Got a motion by Commissioner Flowers, a second by Commissioner Long. Is any conversation, discussion, questions? Okay. With seeing none, we'll bring up the voting card and commissioners vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 25.
This are funding recommendations for the 2023 Burn Memorial Justice Grant Assistance Program as reviewed by the committee.
Okay, got it. Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Scott. Any other questions or discussions? Okay, clerk would bring up the voting cards. Commissioners vote. Commissioner Eggers?
Yes.
That would be a yes.
Yes.
We pass as unanimous. Number 26. Oops, you know what? I failed to do something. Number 24, David Ballard-Geddes wanted to speak, and I missed that. I know we voted, but David, I don't want you to miss an opportunity to speak. So go ahead and you'll have 3 minutes. I apologize for missing that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Ballard-Geddes Jr. I live at Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Drug addiction in this country has been very big business. Jane Castor, for instance, got caught with a cooler full of cocaine on her boat last year. What's the chance of that happening? Seems to me that the availability of drugs on the streets here is no accident. From cocaine to Quaaludes, LSD, ecstasy, fentanyl, heroin, with a laundry list that long, it's obvious the drugs are very big business. And when our CIA turns around and buys Honduras and Guatemala with the proceeds of cocaine and Pablo Escobar balks at that, they kill them. It appears that our government's been underhandedly allowing drugs to be brought into this country, making a lot of tax-free cash. The judicial system makes a lot of money for arresting us for doing all the dope on the streets. And the rehab facilities make a lot of money cleaning us up. It all seems like it's a big racket. I grew up in this town. I knew the pressures of drugs as a child, did plenty of them in my day. I'm grateful to be free of that pain. I don't feel as though that any of this drug street cartel business that's been going on underneath the surface has been doing it without the aid of governmental assistance. And the business that's prospered from the drug marketeering, I call into question. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And you're right that we have way too many drugs on our street. Absolutely true. So I appreciate it, and I apologize for missing you on that item number. But thank you for your comments. So we're going to go to number 26, and I do have a public comment on that one, so I don't miss it.
Yeah.
Barry, go ahead.
Let me read this. Item number 26 is the approval of the Parks and Conservation Resources Advisory Board's recommendation. They're serving as the ad hoc honorary naming rights review committee to rename Pinellas Trail West Bay Overpass in memory of Albert Burt Valerie III, as nominated by Albert Valerie Jr. through adoption of this resolution. As you know, he was killed 17 years ago while riding a bicycle on the Bel Air Causeway. This accident was widely credited as a catalyst for the parents to push for the formation of the county's Bicycle Advisory Committee and creation of the Marquis Pinellas Trail. So this is in accordance with our naming rights policy, and it is a recommendation before you.
Okay, and I have Bert. Valerie is here if he wants to speak. And if you could give us your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes, and thank you for coming.
Yeah, hi, my name is Bert Valerie. Moved here in 1974 to Pinellas County. Lived in Clearwater for a few years, and moved down to Indian Rocks Beach, and have been there for like 45 years. I currently live at 2000 20th Avenue Parkway, Indian Rocks Beach, and I have my office at 2113 Gulf Boulevard, Indian Rocks Beach. I've been a city commissioner in Indian Rocks. I've been involved in a whole lot of stuff. But let's get back to this Pinellas Trail. As you know, my son was killed in 1983, Bel Air Causeway, hit by a motorist and dragged 100 yards and died. Okay, as grieving parents, we wanted something good to happen as a result of this. And I started looking into road design in Pinellas County and bicycle fatalities, bicycle accidents, whatever. And found out that Pinellas County led the nation in both bicycle accidents and bicycle fatalities. And the state of Florida led the nation in the same two things. So this was kind of deplorable and really upset us. So in any event, I lobbied for the creation of the Bicycle Advisory Committee in Pinellas County and got that done in the fall of '83. I chaired that for the first 3 or 4 years, and I've been on it for 40 years. My goal, though, on that thing was two things. Better road design and the creation of a linear park that would be strictly for bikes where we wouldn't have to deal with cars. So let's go back to the first thing, which was the road design. Dealing with DOT back then was like dealing with cavemen. I mean, they had no concept of bicycle activities on a road. There was just no consideration at all. And I got appointed to the State Bicycle Advisory Committee, and with our County Bicycle Advisory Committee and the State Bicycle Committee, we got a law passed that said that any road that was going to be built in the county or repaved in the county or redesigned in the county that was going to get state or federal money had to, from that point, consider bicycle activities and facilities on that road. So it completely changed DOT's attitude towards road design. And you see that now all over our county with the right lane and the 3-foot corridor that we have for bikes, and bikes going with traffic and helmet rules and everything else. I mean, that law was just a groundbreaker for progress on our road design. All right, so now leaving road design and going over to the linear park, I was looking at 3 things. I was looking at drainage canal easements, I was looking at the Florida power easements, and looking at the rail corridor. The county turned down the rail corridor twice, and if you've read any of these reviews, the history of Pinellas Trail or the other one, the neighborhood news about Pinellas Trail, it explains pretty well in there what happened. The county was kind of hoping that they would get like a Disney World aerial tramway sort of a thing, and wanted to save it for that. I would have been really behind that. I would have thought that was wonderful, but it got shot down. And so in any event, but they were holding it, so that wasn't going to fly. Then we had the Florida Power owning the overhead lines, and they were using the excuse of the rads that would create cancer. And then we had the drainage canal easements. Well, fortunately, on the Board of County Commissioners, your group, Barbara Sheen Todd was our champion, and she proposed that we at least try a sample using the drainage canal easements from Walsingham Park up to Taylor Park. We got that in a design stage when the state came and mandated the deal about the rail corridor would revert to the adjacent property owners unless something was done with it in 6 months. Okay, my 6 minutes is up, or 3 minutes is up. So in any event, that changed things. We then got Fred to come up with the, let's go ahead and try a small 7-mile linear park. It wasn't yet called Pinellas Trail, but we have a linear park, and that went from
Thank you. I'm gonna move on so we can take a vote on
Largo
this.
City
but
Hall to Taylor Park, and that got the start of Pinellas Trail.
Thank
What I
you
wanted-
so much.
Wait, what I wanted to do, and the reason I'm here, is that in none of this is Bert remembered as the reason for both the BAC and the Pinellas Trail. And in speaking to your group, found out that you now have this procedure of doing it, and that's what we're going through to get something that would remember Bert's role in this whole thing.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming out. Okay, so I entertain a motion. We got a motion from Commissioner Long.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Justice, and Commissioner Justice, you have a comment?
Just quick, I wanted to salute our speaker and his family, and Mr. Daniels and Foster and those that really worked for so many years to get the trail going and get to us where we are today. It's something that we all take pride on. It's on our challenge coin, that Pinellas Trail. But his family who took tragedy and turned it into something really positive for our community. Just wanted to say thank you to them.
Okay. And I'm sure we all echo those same sentiments, and thank you so much for being here. Anybody else? Okay, no more discussion. Clerk could bring up the voting card, and members vote. Commissioner Eggers?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimous. We'll move on to 27.
Award of bid to Bandits Construction for the Dansville Community Park, paid for with the ARPA funds, $3.4 million.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Eggers. Any comments or discussion? Seeing none, could the clerk bring up the voting card and members vote?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously. Move on to number 28.
And for another great project, award of bid to Erickson and Lindstrom Construction for the High Point Community Park, again, paid for the American Rescue Plan dollars.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Long. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and commissioners vote. Commissioner Eggers?
I'm a yes.
Okay, Commissioner Eggers is a yes, and that passes unanimously. We're missing somebody. Who are we missing? Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 29.
Item 29 is American Rescue Plan dollars for Whitney Road and Wolford Road intersection or in road improvements. Long time coming, many commissioners involved in this. Little over $13.1 million.
We got a motion from Commissioner Scott and a second from Commissioner Long. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card, commissioners vote. Commissioner Eggers?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 30.
This resolution is requesting inclusion of the county's beach erosion control projects in the Florida Beach Management Funding Assistance Program for fiscal years 25 and 26.
Any questions or comments? Got a motion from Commissioner Justice, second come from Commissioner Long. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, if we could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously. Number 31.
This agreement with Econolite Control Products for traffic cobalt controllers.
We got a motion from Commissioner Long. Second from Commissioner Scott. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously. Number 32.
Maintenance agreement with City of Pinellas Park for platted right-of-way on Belcher.
Got a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Justice. Any more comments or questions? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously. Number 33.
This is a Safe Streets and Roads for All funding grant application with the U.S. Department of Transportation for our advanced Pinellas Advanced Technology for Travelers Information Program. This is a $10 million grant with a county match of $2.5 million.
Got a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Scott. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote. Commissioner Eggers?
I'm a yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll go on to number 34.
This is the annual certificate for Lemon's solid waste collection program, assessment fee of $20 per month.
Got a motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Scott. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote. Commissioner Eggers?
I'm a yes.
He's a yes. Now are we missing? Commissioner Scott? That passes unanimously. Number 35.
This is the First Amendment to an agreement with Habitat for Humanity. This supports projects in the Lellman community. This amendment raises the minimum amount per property from $55,000 to $60,000 and increases the land acquisition incentive from $25,000 to $40,000.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Long. Second from Commissioner Scott. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote. Commissioner
Yes.
Eggers? Thank you. Commissioner Eggers is a yes. Commissioner Flowers? So was that a yes? Then we passed unanimously. Okay, Madam Attorney, number 36.
Under item number 36, I recommend that you approve staff's recommendation in the confidential settlement item that was relayed to you last week.
Okay, we got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Long. Any other question or discussion? Bring up the voting cards and members vote. Commissioner Eggers?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Eggers is a yes. It passes unanimously. Number 37.
I have no reports.
No reports. Number 38, County Administrator.
Item number 38, I have two items that I need to read, and these are for TEFRA hearings, okay? This is coming up. So National University for Health Services Incorporated, an Illinois nonprofit corporation, has requested the Illinois Finance Authority issue bonds to finance multiple NUSHS projects, including approximately $5 million for the acquisition of land and building located at 3984-86 Tampa Row in Oldsmar. They plan to use the site to house additional health sciences programs. For the bonds to be issued as tax-exempt bonds, they must receive TEFRA approval after conducting a TEFRA hearing. They've requested this to occur at the Commission's August 13th, 2024 meeting. The county would not be the issuer of the bonds, and the bonds would not be a debt, liability, or an obligation on the county. NUHS has agreed to indemnify the county and pay all of its legal fees. That's item number one. Item number two, Baycare Health Systems, a Florida nonprofit corporation, has requested that Hillsborough County Industrial Development Authority issue up to $9 billion in bonds to pay for and finance multiple projects in the greater Tampa Bay region, including approximately $331 million to finance and refinance Baycare projects within Pinellas County. For the bonds to be issued as tax-exempt bonds, they must receive a TEFRA approval after conducting a TEFRA hearing. Baycare has requested this occur at the Commission's August 13th, 2024 meeting. The county would not be the issuer of the bonds, and the bonds would not be a debt, liability, or an obligation of the county. Baycare has agreed to indemnify the county and pay all its legal fees. That
Okay.
concludes my report.
Do you any questions for Barry? We'll wait till it comes to our meeting then, maybe?
Correct.
Okay.
I had to do it in advance to announce it.
I understand that. I just wanted to see if there are any questions for you. Okay, we're going to move on to number 39. And on the next three that we're voting on, these advisory boards and the redevelopment board, we're going to just do a yay and nay vote. There won't be a ballot because the amount of people that qualified are the amount of people that need to go in there. So that we don't need to do that. So I'm just going to look for a motion for the Lillman Community Redevelopment for the people that qualify.
So moved. Second.
We got a motion by Commissioner Scott and a second by Commissioner Justice. If the clerk could bring up the voting card, commissioners can vote. Commissioner Eggers?
I'm a yes.
You're a yes. And that passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 40 for the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area Citizens Advisory Committee. Okay, we got a motion from Commissioner Justice and a second by Commissioner Scott. No more discussion. I don't see any. If the clerk could bring up our, oh, no, is all in favor? Aye, I'm sorry.
I'm a yes.
Yeah, no, you're a yes. And then any opposed? Yes, I said I was going to do that. It passes unanimously. Parks and Conservation Resources Advisory Board. Okay. We got a motion by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Latvala. On favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. And we'll move on to number 42, new business. And since we have to move on to the next agenda, and it's not 6 o'clock yet, I'm going to ask that we do our updates kind of concisely and quickly, so at 6 o'clock we can move right into our public hearing. If that would be okay, we'll start with Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just do my updates at our next meeting.
Okay.
Save
Commissioner
time.
Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to extend our condolences and make those aware, send condolences to the family of former Mayor Mike Yakes of Gulfport, who passed away this past week. Mayor Yakes was a transformational leader in Gulfport, and really his impact cannot be stated on how much he moved Gulfport forward. So just wanted to extend our condolences. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've actually had a lot of travels here lately, and the space between my ears has been consumed with the rays, so I was just going to bring up what Commissioner Justice already brought up, so I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have been consumed with getting the Rays deal done, so other than that, my day has accomplished its mission, so I'm just happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were supposed to have a consortium meeting last week, but I guess some folks in Hillsborough decided that was not going to happen. And there is a couple minutes left before the trade deadline. If we were allowed to trade folks, I would make some motions. But since we're not allowed to do that, I will keep those comments and thoughts to myself, and I look forward to joining Commissioner Flowers at our newly scheduled consortium meeting this week.
Okay. So the TDC meeting, we did look at the capital projects and some elite funding. Those will be coming, those recommendations will be coming to you soon. I'm sure Brian Loeck will be going over that with you, or if you have questions, you can reach out to him when you see them. Also, I'm going to go ahead and wish the United States Coast Guard a happy birthday. Their birthday is Sunday, and I failed to look up which number this is, 200 and something. As I have in the past, I will be delivering birthday cakes to 3 of our 4 stations here in Pinellas County, and so I just wanted to wish our United States Coast Guard a very happy birthday. And I know they have celebrations going on all weekend long. So with that, we have 3 minutes before we have to start our public hearing. Don looks like he's got something that he wants to
We mentioned this at the workshop. There's a certificate for the bond.
speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry, I mentioned this at the workshop. There's a certificate I need each of you to sign on the public meeting related to the bond resolution. But it's just, while we have that couple minutes, if you don't mind, if I could circulate that to you.
This is what you passed earlier.
Okay, absolutely, if you pass it around. Commissioner Eggers?
Commissioner Peters?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed you, Commissioner Eggers.
I just had a couple things real quick, if I could.
Yes.
Okay, just real quickly, I know that Dunedin's having a Purple Heart celebration on August 7th at 10 a.m. Oldsmar's a Purple Heart city. I don't know if they have one scheduled. I'm sure they do. I just couldn't get the time. It's probably around the same 10 or 11 time. So if you have an opportunity to attend either event, I think you would get a lot out of it. I was going to have other things, but I will just leave it with this. The Wendover Art Group, I did a tour of that facility and met with the CEO, and an amazing story and an exciting opportunity. So many, there's 300 people that work there, businesses that are being acquired and being meshed in with the rest of the organization. A great company. If any of you get a chance, I know that Commissioner Peters has and helped about during the pandemic, but great organization, really exciting stuff. So, and one last thing, congratulations on the expansion of the Bayside Health Clinic up to 5,000 feet. We now have some behavioral health integration. We have conference room, offices, more exam rooms. So it's really a really good thing. And then finally, just the Zach White funeral at HEP was just jam-packed. The guy was involved in so many different groups, giving back to this community in so many different ways, and to his family, his 2 boys. Just a sad time, but he was just a great guy. And there were a lot of people out there, I guess, saying thank you in their own way. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers, and I'm sorry I missed you. So,
That's okay.
I think we could probably be safe to go ahead and start at 5:59 and, not 6 o'clock. All right, we will start our public hearing. That worked out beautifully. So we can start right ahead with number 43.
Agenda item number 43 is a proposed resolution approving the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual action plan and authorizing actions related to the administration and operation of the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships, and Emergency Solutions grant programs. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Move approval.
Got a motion from Commissioner Long and a second from Commissioner Justice. Do we have any questions or comments or discussion? Okay, I have no public speaking cards for item number 43, so if the clerk wants to bring up the voting cards, commissioners can vote. Commissioner Eggers?
Yes.
Okay, and that passes unanimously. We'll go to number 44.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 44 is case number LDR 2401. This is the second of 2 public hearings to consider a request to amend the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138, zoning related to definitions and standards for accessory dwelling units. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, the will of the commission? We got a motion by Commissioner Justice, second from Commissioner Scott. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, have the clerk bring up the voting cards and commissioners vote. Commissioner Eggers?
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 45.
Agenda item number 45 is a proposed ordinance amending Chapter 118 of the Pinellas County Code, creating a new Article 8 regarding additional homestead exemption for qualifying living quarters of parents or grandparents. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, the will of the commission.
Move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Scott, a second by Commissioner Justice. Any more further discussion or questions? Commissioner Scott?
I want to just thank Commissioner Justice for bringing this up at one of our budget workshops years ago. Or take it. Say what?
This is not mine, but.
Oh, okay, got it.
The next one is mine.
Okay, maybe, all right.
I'll take credit for it.
All right, well, I'll give you credit for the next one.
And
too,
at the
then.
next
All right.
meeting.
Okay. All right, any further comments, questions, discussions? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards. Commissioners vote. Commissioner Eggers?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggers is a yes. That passes unanimously. Number 46, we do have one comment card, but we will, do you guys want any kind of presentations? Or so why don't we bring up our one speaker is,
Madam Chair?
yes.
Sorry, can I read the
You
item?
need to read it.
Yeah.
Yes, please, thank you.
Thank
I was
you.
ahead of myself.
Agenda item number 46 is a proposed resolution amending the St. Petersburg In-Town Redevelopment Plan and the associated interlocal agreement between Pinellas County and the City of St. Petersburg, and a proposed ordinance amending Pinellas County Code Section 38-61 related to the City of St. Petersburg Redevelopment Trust Fund for the In-Town Redevelopment Plan. This is companion to item number 20. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 115 emails and 1 phone call in opposition and 10 emails in support have been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, I have one thought. Barry sent out a letter. I don't think it went public. Do we want to go over that before we bring up the speaker?
I certainly can. Commissioners, as you're aware, as part of this CRA modification, it not only opens up the definitions for allowable uses of the CRA funds, but then it talks about any residual at the conclusion of that can go back to the stadium project. But I heard the concerns raised last Thursday regarding the types of things that can it be used on the stadium. Based upon that, I approached the raise and said, limit it to those things that are traditional CRA items. Those include, I'm going to look up so I don't get this wrong, site, hang on, I had the wrong item. Those include site preparation and remediation, infrastructure, sustainability and resiliency efforts. When we're talking about that, it's like you got to have a battery pack for backup. You got to raise the site. And also the parking garage, which are traditional CRA functions. Only because of the increment in the timing, they couldn't be rolled into the original project. So the raise have agreed to limit those uses, and what we intend on doing, if approved through this, is to bring back an agreement prior to the issuance of the bonds, where we would codify that into an agreement for the limitation on the use of those and direction on the uses of those funds.
Okay. So I'm going to bring up our public comment, and then if you have questions for Barry, we'll go from there. So Daryl James, if Daryl, Dylan, I'm sorry if I put my glasses on, I would have gotten that correct. I apologize. Dylan.
Hi, my name is Dylan Dames. I'm at 4546 Fifth Avenue North in St. Petersburg, Florida. On behalf of Faith in Florida, I object to the in-town CRA amendments to facilitate funding of the new stadium project. If it's okay, I'd like to walk you through a timeline of the city's interaction with the public on this issue. In 2022, St. Pete published a report of our mayor's community conversation series where they document that residents ask for the city to keep ownership of the land and pursue a social housing concept where housing costs are based on a percentage of the occupant's income. The greater report did not conclude wishes for a subsidized stadium. Later, residents overwhelmed the Community Benefits Advisory Council process, where a representative of Economic and Workforce Development presented again a summary of desires of the public, not including a subsidized stadium, but a preference for housing that is adjusted as affordable for those making 80% of the AMI or less. Finally, during this amendment's approval process through City Council on July 18th, I asked Council to reflect on who had more political and financial power, those in support of the deal or those in opposition. I invite you to the same reflections. When Faith in Florida met with the mayor last summer, we were told we were too late. When I sat down with stakeholders at a One Community Plan luncheon, including City Council Chair and city leaders from Economic and Workforce Development, I was told we were too late. When the advisory council members asked the raised staff about expanding affordable housing, they were told we were too late. Even though the city couldn't give millennials and Gen Z what they wanted, you still can. During another agenda item, this commission spoke of painstaking review of the redevelopment agreements, as well as the objections. So if your amendment today helps facilitate future civil rights violations, you cannot claim that it was for lack of knowing. After the city's approval of the agreements on July 18th, which include the CRA boost for a stadium, our mayor told Spectrum News that the same group protesting the selection of Heinz Reyes was the group protesting the approval of the amendments on the 18th. Here's who actually contested this subsidy as it stands. Faith in Florida, Florida for All, Dream Defenders, Pinellas Democratic Socialists of America, League of Women Voters, No Home Run, Americans for Prosperity, the Southern Poverty Law Center, Community Justice Project, Clergy on behalf of Allendale United Methodist and Bethel Community Baptist, Council members Floyd, Hanowicz, and Mahama. Here's who calls for the deal's revision. Florida Indivisible 13, Sanco Sierra Club, One Community Plan, Clergy on behalf of McCabe United Methodist and Mount Zion United Methodist, several of you, and St. Pete's own Community Benefits Advisory Council. Our city, thank you for your time. Is that me? I got more time? Okay.
You got 20. You got 20.
Our city and our mayor, they've made great leaps and moved further than so many other former city leaders, and I applaud their hard work. But there's another story being told here about democratic participation, how resident concerns are weighed, and how you spend our money. I welcome you all to consider your role in that story wherever it may be told. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it. And you even had a few seconds left. Okay. Questions for Barry? Or Don, you have?
Just real quick, assuming there will be a motion coming, I'd ask that the motion contain that same room for non-substantive changes by the county attorney prior to execution on any of the documents in those
Okay.
items.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know even at our workshop last week, I talked about the fact that I was not supportive of any of the in-town redevelopment funds being used for the stadium project, and I asked the question and did receive a response as to whether or not any of the projects that may have been in line would be pushed aside in exchange for using any of those remaining in-town redevelopment fund dollars towards the stadium project. And I think, Barry, what you said, which I totally understand and agree with, is that, we provided the mechanism for the in-town redevelopment funds so they could use those funds for any project as long as it fell within the guidelines of the in-town redevelopment. Unless, perhaps I had amnesia or something, but I did not at that time understand that they were also going to ask for a 10-year extension on the in-town redevelopment.
What?
For the additional 10 years.
Only for the city's portion?
Yes, but I'm saying I didn't even understand.
Oh.
And again, that's why I'm saying, clarify me, because I did not understand, even at that time, that the city was even going to ask for an extension only for the city's portion, not for the county. I
Yes.
get that.
So the city is requesting an extension of 10 years for the city's portion, for their infrastructure and stuff. Happy the city's here, they can answer any questions regarding that. But
No,
it
I
is
don't
an
have any
extension
questions.
of
It's just that
the city's portion and the.
I don't have any questions. It's just that from the beginning, I've only had two, maybe three things I've said about this entire deal. One is what we can and cannot do with tourist development tax dollars. The other was I was not supportive of utilizing the in-town redevelopment tax dollars for the stadium, that I wanted to make sure that was clear, because that was one of the main things that the League of Women Voters was selling to people. It's more than because they're going to ask for these dollars. So I don't know if I was remiss, if I missed that in reading, because it was so much to read, but I will tell you I'm a little apprehensive of that, because I was under the understanding that we were talking about the current in-town redevelopment and that it would end at a certain time, and then that was the end of that. Not that even they were asking for an extension for their part. I did not recall that. So.
Any other questions or comments? Brian?
No, I'll move approval with the understanding that the Attorney's Office can make non-substantive changes.
And everything else that the Attorney Crowell said?
Yes, and everything else that Don said.
Yes. Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner.
I have a question.
Just a second, let me finish on do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Long. Commissioner Eggers.
So, I was concerned on Thursday about using the leftover CRA dollars, our portion of it, on anything related to anything but infrastructure. And Barry, the way you define infrastructure is not the way I define infrastructure. And that is site plan work for the stadium, the parking garages, because to me, the stadium deal was about getting funds from us, from the TDC funds, and not tax dollars. And so by opening that up, we're essentially using tax dollars to pay for the stadium deal. And so I just have a philosophical problem with it. So unless I'm misunderstanding what was said. So I just want to make sure I'm clear.
You're correct. The expanded uses are resiliency. Resiliency includes elevating it out of the 100-year floodplain. It includes having sustainable power source. So we added those in because they're part of the project, but they're support operations for that. It's not the stadium itself, which is the concern that I heard. However, that you have these other ancillary that increases the cost, and so that was part of the negotiations and the overall accounting of the dollars that went into the overall project.
So the estimated $1.3 billion for the stadium is only the stadium and does not include the parking garages?
No, it does include the parking garages, but they were counting on revenue sources, all the different ones, from Major League Baseball to the CRA dollars to everything else, the funding from the city. All those went into the overall financial pro forma.
Is that all, Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, I don't have anything else. I just won't support that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have questions, comments? Commissioner Flowers.
I'm sorry. So Barry, so that the viewing audience or anybody else would understand what the utilization of those dollars would be from the city portion only. It is not that the taxpayers are being taxed any additional money. It is that the funds generated through taxes from the in-town redevelopment area, that percentage, the city will encumber that to utilize towards.
They become part of the
stadium.
project cost.
So it is
Correct.
not an increase in anyone's taxes. They won't be paying more in taxes, but it's individuals residing in that in-town redevelopment area. Those taxes specific from that area would be pulled by the city and could be utilized on this project.
Yes, and so for clarifying for the public, one, city-only portion of the CRA is extended for 10 years. That comes back to the project. It's not, as you said, just as you stated. The county's defined definition still does not increase the amount that was committed to back in 2015. It's still capped at $108 million. That does not change, nor does it extend from the previous expiration of the CRA.
And the TIF money that would then, after the end of our original in-town redevelopment CRA, at the conclusion of that, our portion
Comes
of
back on
tax
the
dollars
tax
will
roll.
come back to the county.
I think Commissioner Scott outlined that of, several,
I just wanted
think
to-
upwards of $7 or $8 million annually that's going to start coming back on the tax rolls.
Immediately.
At
I
that
just
time.
wanted to reiterate that part so
Correct.
that anyone who may not have, because everything was really so focused on the stadium and all of that,
Right.
it may have gotten missed as it relates to the funds coming back and what the dollar value was on that and how those dollars could be utilized by the county.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be absolutely clear, does this have any fiscal impact to the county?
Only as outlined. So the dollars, the residual on the county doesn't
Right.
increase our cap. You committed $108
Well,
million.
maybe I
it
didn't
doesn't
ask, I
increase
didn't ask my question. Does it have any additional fiscal impact? I mean, this was always dedicated to the city.
It does not have any additional fiscal impact other than what was originally set by the cap. It doesn't expand the definition.
I have a question.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, so if it's not spent, what traditionally happens to those funds, Barry?
If it was not
If any
spent,
if any CRA expires, there's extra money left over.
then that would
as we're
come back to the
talking
county.
about, right, it goes back to the county. So there is additional cost to the county by not taking back any excess funds that are available. That's all I'm saying.
Correct.
Potentially, it is more. It could be less if it took those money. And at the same time, really, what we're saying is we're willing to use property taxes to build the stadium. And that's not what we've been saying all along. What we've been talking about is utilizing our TDC funds, our TDT monies for the stadium. So that's all. It was just a philosophical thing and also an opportunity cost for the county. If extra money was left over, it could come back to us. So, thank you.
Do you have a response to that? No. Okay. Any other comments, questions, discussion? No. Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. If the clerk would like to bring up the voting cards, commissioners can vote. Commissioner Eggers?
I'm a no.
Commissioner
no.
Eggers is a no. And that passes 5-2. And we'll move on to,
Item 47, Commissioners, is deferred until the next meeting.
refer to the next meeting?
Question.
Question. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott, this is the good one. This is one you like. I just want to make sure that we are time certain that it's been noticed or whatever it needs to be done for that meeting.
Staff assures
And if I can intervene before we move on the last agreement, there was an ordinance in there as well. I would ask for the votes to be taken separately on the ordinance. There's 3 items in there. There's the plan, the interlocal, which are both covered by the resolution, and separate and a part of that is an ordinance.
Are we going back? Are we going back one?
It is. It's on 46. All the ordinance does is align your ordinance with the terms of the interlocal agreement.
So just to be clear, item 47 has been properly noticed for the August 13th meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Back on to 46. Are you asking me to hold separate votes or just one vote?
Just
You
one on the
clarify.
ordinance, separate on the ordinance.
Separate on the ordinance. So we need to take a motion on the ordinance that's within that language.
Okay.
I got a motion from Commissioner Scott, second from Commissioner Long. Any other questions or discussion to the attorney? Seeing none.
This was 46?
This is 46.
This is the ordinance,
but
Commissioner
there was
Eggers.
an ordinance inside that language that we had to vote on as well?
Well, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Item 46 is 2 items
There's an
because of the
ordinance
ordinance.
that aligns the terms of your current ordinance that directs county funds to the trust fund. It simply aligns the terms of your ordinance to the terms of the interlocal you just approved.
Okay, so it's keeping it legal. So we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or? Okay. Do a voicemail, all in favor? Aye. Any opposition?
No.
2 noes, so that passes 5-2. Okay, any other items to bring before you? No more comments, questions? Okay, I want to thank our wonderful sheriff's deputies that serve our community and ourselves, Deputy Mike Winnick, Deputy Tom Manley, Deputy Bill Higginbotham, and Sergeant Hinson joined us as well today. I want to thank them for all the work, the wonderful work that they do and how they protect our citizens. Thank you again for your service. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.